Hey everyone, and welcome to vSchool's Bootcamp Primer. We're super excited to provide everyone with this introduction to web development. So let's jump right in and talk for a second about who this course is for. Now, this course was designed with the general public in mind. Anyone interested in learning the basics of web development or anyone currently preparing to enter a web development bootcamp are welcome to take this course. We believe that anyone, no matter the background or previous experience, can benefit from learning the basics of web development. So even if you just have a passing interest in learning a little bit about what the deal with web development is, you're definitely in the right place. So let me talk for a second a little bit about vSchool. We are a web development and user experience design bootcamp located in Salt Lake City, Utah, in the United States. We opened our doors in 2013, which actually makes us one of the first bootcamps around. Now, we found that for a really long time, we were sending our incoming students to third-party resources as they studied in preparation for their first day of class, until we finally realized how silly that was. We're an organization that teaches people to code, and we were sending people elsewhere to learn how to code. So to remedy that, we built this course. Now, we originally built this course with incoming vSchool students in mind, and then we decided that we just wanted to open this curriculum up to everyone. As such, there's a few things in this course that may seem a little different than most online courses you'll take. For one, there's going to be a number of exercises throughout this course that we normally give to our students in our paid classes. So we're opening up those exercises to you in this course, but many of them we won't actually get a chance to walk through solutions with you. Now, part of this is logistical, but a major reason for doing this is that it will force you to really think about and work hard at completing the assignments without just simply skipping ahead in the course to watch the solution. Assuming you're here actually wanting to learn web development, these exercises that you'll see are absolutely critical in helping you gain the skills that you're here spending your precious time to gain. Another unique thing about this course is that it's actually vSchool's real pre-course work, which you'll see us call Module 0. At the end of this course, there will be instructions on how to complete a pre-course project for anyone that's actually interested in applying to vSchool's in-person program. Now, that being said, you're always welcome to visit our website at vschool.io, and you can quickly get there by just clicking our little logo up here. Okay, so now let's talk about what you're going to learn in this course. This Bootcamp Primer covers the beginnings of the most important building blocks of web development, and that is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Beyond that, however, we're going to talk about a bunch of other topics, like how to set up your computer for doing web development, debugging, using Google-defined answers, how to go about problem solving, and more. And by the end of the course, you should be equipped to build a styled web page that allows for user interaction and response, such as a calculator, a name generator, or a stopwatch, just to name a few examples. Now, in the HTML section, we'll be talking about elements and tags, attributes, and HTML5 semantic elements. In the CSS section, we'll cover selectors, colors and fonts, the display property. Then we'll spend a bunch of time in JavaScript, which really is the programming language of the web. We'll spend some time with the core fundamentals of the language syntax, talking about data types, arrays, objects, loops, conditionals, functions, conventions, and then we'll move on to how to practically apply those things by interacting with a web page, at which point we'll cover selecting, creating, and modifying HTML elements using JavaScript, as well as listening for events from the user to create the actual interactivity on the web page. Now, you'll hear me get on a soapbox a number of times throughout this course about the importance of practice. And so when I mention this list of things that you'll be learning, you'll actually be practicing these things throughout this course in the real assignments like we talked about. So very soon, you're going to hear me talk a bunch about vSchool's learning philosophy and what it takes to actually learn web development as a skill. But for now, I just want to say welcome to this Bootcamp Primer, and as vSchool's Director of Education and on behalf of our entire staff, I'm really excited that you're here with us in our Module 0 and hope that you're able to benefit from our free open web development education. Over the years of helping students understand and apply the principles of pretty difficult topics, I've developed a learning philosophy that I think would be really helpful to talk about before we move too deeply into the curriculum. The first and most important pillar of this learning philosophy is that the easiest way to learn a new skill is by forcing yourself to do it the hard way. Every skill in the world can be learned about without actually being learned. For example, if I wanted to learn to play the piano, I could spend hours and hours studying music theory and watching other people play the piano or buying the most expensive piano I can afford and so forth, but none of those things will actually make me a skilled pianist. The only way to get good at anything is by forcing yourself to actually do it and to keep practicing it over and over and over. Now, for that to really work, you're going to have to learn to be okay being pretty bad at things for a while. There's no tutorial in the world that can help you get good at a skill without requiring you to practice that skill as much as possible. And practicing a new skill intrinsically means you're going to be bad at it, sometimes for a long time. So if you're a perfectionist who's afraid to do something incorrectly or poorly, you'll need to find a way to suppress that instinct, or you will find yourself floating through our curriculum without actually doing any of it and without actually gaining any of the skills. So to help lower the barrier to students getting their hands on the code and practicing with the code as much as possible, we use this platform, Scrimba, to do as much of our coding tutorials as we can. Now, some topics aren't very well suited for the Scrimba platform, but as much as possible, we try to use Scrimba for our tutorials because of how easy it is to pause the lesson, click into the code, and try things out for yourself. So whenever you're learning inside the Scrimba platform, you really should use it to its full potential. Just be curious and pause the lesson anytime you're even a little interested to see what would happen if you changed that variable name or removed that semicolon or whatever it might be. Another important pillar of our learning philosophy is about spaced learning and repetition and how important they are when it comes to really deeply learning something new. Spaced learning simply means that you shouldn't just try to binge on this course and get through it as fast as you can, but instead make sure you're taking frequent breaks between the lessons. Our brains are wired to only learn so much new information in a given amount of time. And while binging through a course may feel like you're being more productive because you're getting more information in a shorter amount of time, the truth is your brain is going to retain much less of that information than if you were to space out the lectures as you're working through the curriculum. Now, of course, the time spent in between the lectures should be spent either practicing the things that you just learned or simply taking a break. When it's time to start up again, don't be afraid to go back a lesson or two and rewatch them as a review. And part of practicing the things you learn includes, for example, opening up a Scrimba editor or a Visual Studio Code editor or whatever it might be, and start typing out the code on your own. Try to build something with what you just learned. You don't necessarily have to be prompted by us to find a way to practice the thing that you just learned. Say, for example, you're finding yourself struggling with a topic like for loops. Try just writing 100 for loops. The repetition of doing that is going to help you build the muscle memory you need to actually gain the coding skills that you're hoping to gain from this course. Another key principle of our learning philosophy is that learning should never be lonely. And this is what really sets a place like vSchool apart from regular online tutorials. In these recorded lectures, we will always try to explain everything as clearly and concisely as we possibly can, but there's simply no substitute for having someone there with you by your side as you're learning. So consider finding a friend who's also interested in taking this course and find time to work through it together. Now, let me take an aside and mention that part of doing things the hard way, like I said in the beginning, includes searching for answers to your own questions before just immediately asking help from someone else. The truth is, when you go out into the big bad world, we will have done you a disservice if we never allowed you to learn how to find answers to your coding questions on your own before just jumping in to find help from someone else. So we like to say that the order of operations whenever you're stuck on something is to first check Google. A lot of times in your development tools, you can copy the error that you're finding, paste it into a Google search, and you'll find dozens or hundreds of people who have come across this exact same problem and have solved it already. It can take some time to learn the lingo and everything you need in order to successfully find answers, but over time you'll get better and better. And again, you'll need to practice that in order to get better at it. Then after spending maybe 20 or 30 minutes trying to find an answer for yourself, ask a classmate or a friend that you're taking the course with. Sometimes we find students are hesitant to do this because they think that someone else already knows the answer and it's kind of a waste of that person's time. But the truth is, the best way to learn something new is to actually teach it. And so you're not only finding out an answer to your question, but you're providing that person with an opportunity to learn it even better by teaching it to you. It's also possible that they don't know the answer, and you can either find another classmate or friend to ask, and then you can both learn something new. Or if you're only interested in taking this class as the free Module 0 course, you can always reach out in the Module 0 Slack workspace, which will not only have other students of Module 0, but also existing vSchool students, vSchool alumni, and vSchool staff. But again, a strong ability to debug your own code and to search for answers to your own questions may truthfully be some of the most important skills that developers need in order to get hired. I've added here a quick link to the Slack workspace in case you haven't joined yet, and would encourage you to join it now. You can click the link here to be sent to a page to create a sign up for that workspace. And then I would encourage you to download the Slack app to your phone and the native app to your computer and have this workspace open so that you can see the questions other people are asking or see responses to the questions that you ask. And generally use it as a way to build community around Module 0. So if you can force yourself to do things the hard way through this course and practice as much as you possibly can, be unafraid to mess up, maybe even a lot, and to ask questions when you get stuck, I promise you, you're going to find yourself learning web development in a way that you never have before. Since we'll be spending so much time in Scrimba, let's spend a few minutes getting a feel for the Scrimba platform. Now, if you haven't had a chance to play around with Scrimba yet, the concept is that it's an online editor that allows someone like us to record and to make changes to our code and see the results in a simulated browser window. You can see if I change this to just say index and save, it has a little update there. The thing that sets it apart, however, is that it gives you the ability as the viewer to pause the screencast at any time and make your own changes to the same code that we're editing right here in this same editor. In fact, why don't you give that a shot? Just click somewhere and start typing something. As soon as you do that, it will pause this lecture and allow you to spend as much time as you want making changes, and those changes will reflect in this little simulated browser window. Or if you're in JavaScript, you may log something to the console, for example, and have it show up down here in the console. Now, the changes that you make aren't permanent, meaning when you hit play again, and you may have already seen this, it will continue the screencast back where we left off. However, when you do make changes and you're interested in saving those changes, there will be an option to save it as a note, and you can look back on those notes later if you'd like. But the biggest benefit is that it allows students to get their hands on the code as quickly as possible and more easily try things out for themselves. I know when I watch tutorials, a lot of times I wish that I would be able to click into, say, a YouTube video that I'm watching and make changes to their code, but because it's a regular video, my hands are a bit tied. Scrimba gets rid of that limitation. Another cool thing that it allows us to do is it allows us to teach something and then have you pause the lecture and try some kind of challenge right there in the middle of the lesson. Again, lowering the barrier to you getting your hands on the code and getting as much practice as possible. Now, a couple things we'll be doing as conventions. One is we'll oftentimes be including a notes or resources or quiz markdown file that will have either additional resources for further study or some challenges that you should attempt, or simply some notes that we felt would be important for a screencast and so forth. You'll also see sometimes a screencast that's completely dedicated to practicing something, a challenge of sorts. And in those, we'll usually have some sort of project that is partially begun and have a description for you to complete that challenge. Then once you've attempted the challenge, we'll oftentimes go through it together to show you how it could be done. Now, there's a very good reason that we chose Scrimba to be the platform where we hosted this Module 0 course. And that reason is because it lowers the barrier as much as possible for you to get your hands on the code, like I've mentioned. So I really need to admonish you at this point to make the very most of this platform as you possibly can. Remember when we talked about how the easiest way to learn a new skill is to do it the hard way? Well, here's your chance to do it the hard way. And honestly, we've made the hard way as easy as possible for you. It will still be great practice for you to try things on your own local machine with, Visual Studio Code or your Chrome browser, whatever. But when you're curious, please, as much as you possibly can, stop the lecture in the middle and try playing with the code that we have on the screen. If you force yourself to practice the topics inside the lessons as much as you can, you're going to get so much more out of this course than you would if this course were on any other platform. You have to practice a skill to get good at it, and this is your chance. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox about practicing for now, but spend some time in Scrimba and really have some fun with it. All you really need by way of computer setup to get started in web development is a computer, an internet connection, a text editor, and a browser. Let's start with the browser. So a browser is just a program that knows how to display HTML and CSS, as well as run any JavaScript code that you have on your site. And most modern web browsers have tools available for developers to use to help them when they're writing their code. So while you could use any browser that you want, we recommend using Google's Chrome browser for this course. And you can see that I already have the Chrome browser downloaded here, but just in case you don't, I would go to whatever browser you're currently using, and you can just search for Download Chrome. I'll make sure to include the link to this site here. And once you get here, all you have to do is click Download Chrome, and that will go through the regular installation process. And once you do that, I'd recommend making sure that Google Chrome is your default browser. I believe there will be some kind of pop-up that happens when you close Chrome for the first time or something like that. So I'm going to open my Chrome window here, and I can actually close Safari, and I'm just going to remove it from my menu bar because I want to make sure I don't accidentally use Safari instead. Now your window may not look like this. I have some extensions that give me these pretty pictures in the beginning, and I have my bookmarks and everything set up. But a really nice feature of Chrome is that from any website, I can right-click anywhere on the page and click Inspect, and I will get my dev tools up here. We're going to talk in depth about dev tools later, but these tools are going to be extraordinarily helpful to you as you're developing websites. One thing I'd like to do really quick before we go on to talk about the text editor is set up a place to put all of our code. If you don't choose something now, you may end up putting your code all over the place in your computer, and it's better to just have one place that you put everything. Now, where you decide to put this folder is totally up to you, but I personally like to have a folder called dev that I put in my home directory. And unfortunately, getting there can be a little bit convoluted, so let me just show you what I like to do. I'm going to hide my Chrome window, and I'm actually going to hit Command, which will bring up the preferences for Finder. And I'm going to turn on the hard disk option. That makes it so that my Macintosh HD hard disk shows up on my desktop. And I'm going to open this, and you can see it opens a Finder window, and this gives me access to Macintosh HD, which is the root of my computer, but it also gives me access to the list of users. Now over on the left in my list of favorites, I don't currently have my current user there, so I'm going to drag the vSchool user to my list of favorites. In this way, from any Finder window, I can easily get to my home directory. Then from here, I'm going to create a new folder and just call it dev. You may decide to put this in your documents or somewhere else. That's totally fine. And personally, I also like to drag dev into my list of favorites so I can get there quickly as well. And then I'm just going to turn off hard disks again so I don't clutter up my desktop, and I can close those preferences and close my Finder window. The next thing we'll need is a text editor. And at their most basic, text editors simply allow you to edit the text of a file. With web development, though, we're specifically talking about something called a plain text editor, which is different than a rich text editor. A rich text editor is something like Microsoft Word that allows you to actually format the text. But when we're writing code, we're not formatting the text itself, so we just need something like a plain text editor. Now technically, you could just use the text edit program on Mac or Notepad on Windows, and that would work just fine, but the experience is going to be pretty terrible. And so we recommend you download a program specifically made for editing code. And the one that we'll recommend is called Visual Studio Code. It's a really powerful text editor, and it's built for editing code, and it's free. I'm going to unclutter my window here a little bit. And to download that, you can either just search for Download Visual Studio Code, or you could just go to the URL, which is code.visualstudio.com/download. And from here, just download it for your operating system and go through the regular installation process. I've already got it installed here, so I'm going to open Visual Studio Code. And it looks like it opens me to the documentation for it, I believe because it's the first time I've opened it. And here I'm shown a welcome screen. You can decide to turn off the welcome screen if you'd like. And over on the left, I can access different files. As we go deeper and deeper into the course, there's going to be more setup to do for your computer. But for the basics that we're working on here in Module 0, this is actually all we're going to need. So in the next lesson, let's spend a minute and go through Visual Studio and get a better understanding of how it works and how we can use it to edit our code. Let's take a minute to familiarize ourselves with Visual Studio Code. Over here on the left, we have kind of a menu bar of options, and we're only going to concern ourselves with 3 of these. This top one is the Explorer, which helps you look at the files and folders that you've created. The next one is the Search feature, which allows you to search for text within your files and folders. These 2 are also very useful, but for now we're just going to concern ourselves with the extensions. And the extensions allow you to basically beef up Visual Studio Code. Back up here in the Explorer, you'll notice that it says I have not yet opened a folder. The default way to work within Visual Studio Code, and the way that I'd always recommend, is to always open the folder that contains your project. You can do one-off edits to individual files, but it just doesn't work quite as well. But Visual Studio Code expects you to have a folder open that is the root folder to your project. So I'm going to click Open Folder, and I'm here in my dev folder, which is empty, and I'll create one called vs-intro. And now that I've created that folder, I can click Open. And you'll notice that the menu bar at the bottom has turned blue. This is an indication that I have opened a folder and that I can start creating files and folders within this folder. If I hover over the Explorer here where it shows my folder name, you'll see these 2 icons to create a new file and a new folder. So I'm going to create a new file, and let's just start with a txt file. So I'll say intro.txt. This is just a plain text file, and the edits that I make here in Visual Studio Code will update the actual file on my computer. Before I make any edits here, I can open Finder and go to my dev folder, vs-intro, and you'll see I have a file called intro.txt. If I open it, it opens TextEdit, and you'll see that it's blank. Well, let me type something here. Okay, and I'm going to save this by hitting Command S. And now, over in my TextEdit, I can close that and open it again from Finder, and you'll see that my changes have been made. Again, the purpose of a text editor is not to have stylized code. Again, the purpose of a text editor, again, remember, this is a plain text editor, not a rich text editor. So I don't care that this is in a monospace font and it isn't bolded or anything like that. That's totally fine when it comes to code. Let me close TextEdit and close my Finder window. Now you'll get a chance to see a lot more of this as we go through the course, but for now this is good enough for the Explorer. Essentially, you can create files and folders, and it's actually creating those files and folders in your system. The search feature is fairly simple. This will search your entire project. If I search for hello, it will tell me all of the files that contain the text hello. You can be specific about matching the capitalization of it or entire words. You can even use something called a regular expression to help you search. And if you want, you could then replace it with something else and actually perform the replacement, and that just changed my file. So there's some pretty useful features when it comes to the search as well. Now let's go to the extensions. Extensions are often third-party code that's written to help make Visual Studio Code an even better environment to work in. And there's a few extensions that I really like that I think would be very helpful for you as you continue on in Module 0. The first thing I'll have you look for, you can just click in the Search Extensions box up here, is to type in Live Server. And this one here that was created by Ritwick Day, you can click that and then just click the Install button. This makes it really easy to open up an HTML page in a browser and allow your changes to immediately reflect in the browser without you having to necessarily go and refresh it every single time. So once you click install, it will just take a minute to install. And once it is done installing, it will tell you that it's installed. Now, if you have an older version of Visual Studio Code, you may have to shut down Visual Studio Code and restart it, or there might be a button that tells you to restart it. And with Live Server, you can see that if you have an HTML page, there's now an icon down here that says Go Live. And clicking this will open up a browser that will show you what your HTML file looks like. Now there's a ton of extensions that I could recommend that I use myself. But for now, let's just make one other tweak to the settings so that it will automatically save our files whenever we click away from the Visual Studio window. This makes it so you don't have to remember which files you've saved and have to automatically save them or continually go up and click to save all the files or anything like that. The quickest way to get there is to hold Command and to click the comma key, and that will bring up your settings window. And for me, right here under commonly used, there's one that says autosave, and I want to go ahead and turn this on to on focus change. Some people prefer after delay, which means after a delay of a specified number of milliseconds, it will automatically save everything. That way works great as well, especially if you have your browser window sitting side by side or on another monitor from your editor. But I'm going to use on focus change. And now, whenever I make a change to my file and I click away onto a different window, you'll see that it automatically saved. Again, Visual Studio Code is a very powerful program, and there's a lot more features that are packed into here that we can cover later. But for now, play around with Visual Studio, see if you can create files and folders, put those files inside of the folders, drag them around within the File Explorer window, and just generally familiarize yourself. Then once you're ready, let's go to the next lesson. I wanted to take just a minute to talk about the vSchool pre-course project. Now, this free Intro to Web Development course that you're going through now is free and open for anybody. But it does have a capstone at the end, which is just another project to work on, that happens to double as the vSchool pre-course project. So anybody that is interested in coming to vSchool will have to work through this course, but also present the project that they finish at the end of the course. So if you already know that you're interested in applying to vSchool, or maybe you're on the fence a little bit with boot camps in general, let me talk for a second about vSchool's eligibility and then give you some resources for the pre-course project. First of all, at this time, to apply to vSchool, you have to be a United States citizen or a permanent resident. And secondly, you have to be able to attend our class in Salt Lake City, Utah. Now, we've tried to lower the barrier to coming here by offering free student housing when it's available for any eligible students. So as long as you meet these requirements, you're in the clear to apply for vSchool. So that being said, here's the resources that we give our incoming students. The first one is a Google Doc that has the project description and all of the requirements listed. And the second one is a little intro video that was made by one of our instructors. So again, if you already know that you're interested in applying to vSchool, this will be a good preview for you and what you have coming at the end of this course. And then, of course, for anybody who isn't interested or is just going through this course for free, you're obviously welcome to check these out and see what's in store at the end of this course as well. We'll talk more about this at the end of the course, but for now, let's move forward.
Hello and welcome to this introduction to HTML. In the next few lessons, we're going to look at some of the fundamental features that HTML provides that allows us to build the websites we view on the web. We're going to start with defining what HTML is and eventually move into building our own boilerplate HTML file. So first, HTML. This stands for Hypertext Markup Language. A markup language is a language that allows you to use symbols of some sort to define parts of what you are presenting to your user, to the person visiting your website. For example, the markup in HTML allows us to define what parts of our site are for text or for images or for some other purpose the user may view or interact with. Every website you visit will have its markup defined using HTML. So this is really essential to get started, and it's known as the bones of our website. To create markup in HTML, we use a syntax called tags. Tags are defined by using the less than symbol, some sort of character such as h1, and then the greater than symbol. Many tags also have a sibling closing tag that are defined with the less than symbol / the same text, and then a closing greater than symbol. What the tag is going to do is really dependent on the character we put inside. So when we say h1, for example, this is saying create a large header. That is what we're seeing over here on the right in Introduction to HTML. Now, elements are these tags actually created with the characters inside. So while tags are the syntax on how to create an element is a thing such as an h1, or a p tag, or an image tag, something to define a specific part of our website. Another essential property of HTML that we will cover is attributes. Attributes allow us to configure our tags or our elements to have more properties or more purpose. For example, this h1 by default will just show this plain black text. But we could add certain attributes to this tag to change things like its color or the way that the user can interact with it. Now, if we go over here on the left-hand side, you'll see that I'll have an index.html file. This is the standard naming convention for the main page of an HTML website. Now, we see a little pre-made plate here, but I'm going to erase it all, and we're going to build it from scratch to learn its parts. So let me erase this and refresh the page. So we see that it has been deleted. Now, I said the term boilerplate a few moments ago. What a boilerplate is, think of the necessary code to get started. What do I need to just start coding and start making my website? So boilerplate's a general term, but in HTML, we're going to look at what tags are necessary to just start coding. First and foremost, we use the doctype tag at the very top. What this tag does is it tells the browser that's loading this website which version of HTML we're using. We're using the newest, the standard HTML5, so that it can run it appropriately. Next on our HTML site, we will have an HTML tag, and this has a sibling closing tag as well. So HTML and then HTML one more time. Put my cursor in the middle and hit enter to separate them apart. Our entire HTML website will live within these two tags. Now, inside of the HTML tag, there are two other essential tags we need to declare. The first being the head, which also has a sibling closing tag. And next is the body. Just like a human body, the head goes on top, the body's second. It has to be in this order, and this is the convention for starting your website. The head tag, this is mostly for meta information. It's background information about our site, and there's very little the user can see or interact with that goes in this tag. Body tag, however, is very important. Everything our website displays will be in between this opening and closing tag. So if we wanted to go back to where we were at the beginning with that introduction to HTML text on the right, I could create an h1 tag, which is a large header, and put in the text introduction to HTML. With this, I just need to go refresh the web browser here, and I'll see that the HTML page has been read and it's producing the text I asked it to do with the h1. Lastly, there is one element that we should mention in the head tag. You'll notice whenever you go to a website, at the very top of your web browser, there's a little tab for the screen you're on that gives a little synopsis. This is given to the user through the writing of a title tag. The text, my website, would show up. You can't see it on this screen, but if you're in a normal web browser and you visit a website, you can look at that tag at the very top of the screen, and this is the text you will see. And we've done it. This is the boilerplate. This is the necessary code to get started and start making our website. We can put more and more tags inside of the body tags here to build out what the user sees and interacts with. Now, I know this is beginning, but the beginnings are very important. We got to get this internalized so we can continue. So go ahead and pause the video here and try to erase the screen and recreate it from memory. Do it a couple times if you need, just to internalize its structure. mainly the doc type tag, the HTML, head, and body tags. As soon as you feel ready, go ahead and click next, and we will jump into the next episode looking at HTML elements. All right, see you there. Hey, welcome back to this series on HTML fundamentals. In this lesson, we're going to look at different types of HTML elements and how they are used, and a few of the important default properties HTML elements have that determine how they sit on the web page, because by default, they do have some positioning that we should be aware of. So just to reiterate from the lesson before, what is an HTML element? They are the symbols used in HTML to represent the building blocks of our web page. For example, I have an H1 right here. This is the largest of the header tags, as defined with the 1. We see that showing up here on the right. The syntax goes as follows: the opening tag, the text, and then the closing tag. We can go ahead in here and change the text to something like "Hello World." Go ahead and refresh the web page and see that the H1 is now displaying our new text. Now, something I want to bring up right here as we get started, we can't make up our own HTML elements. These are predefined in the language. We can't go ahead and start making up our own tags. We need to use the ones that HTML has defined for us. Don't worry, there's plenty of them. All right, so let's look at some of the common HTML elements to get you started. We already see this H1 tag, and this is for large headers, but there's actually 6 sizes of these, H1 through H6. Each one gets a little bit smaller, so I'll do a couple here so you can see. All right, so I have 4 H tags down, H1, H2, H3, and then I jump to an H6, which is the smallest header tag. If I go ahead and refresh, we'll see our text repeated, but getting smaller as the tag changes. So as far as positioning is concerned, H tags, or header tags, have a positioning called block. What this means is that they take up the entire width of the web page regardless of the size of the text inside. You can see this on the left-hand or on the right-hand side here. If I make the web page a little bit larger, these elements don't pop up and sit next to each other as the web page grows. They stay stuck in a stack. And this is because even though the text only spans this width, the box of the H1 that the text is inside is actually spanning all the way to the side of the web page. This is known as block positioning. The alternative to this that other elements may have is called inline. So a tag that has inline positioning is something like a span tag. This is also for text. So I'll make 2 span tags here, just like I did the H tags. But let's see how they land on the DOM naturally. All right, so with Hello World here and the 2 span tags, I'll go ahead and refresh the page. And notice that instead of stacking on top of each other like these H1 elements and H2 elements and so on, the span tags are sitting side by side. So this is how inline spacing works. The elements will only take up as much space as their content requires, the content in this case being the string hello, string world. When they're actually placed on the page, though, they will sit side by side. So great. At this point, we're going to talk about some other elements we're going to be using and encountering all the time, and I'll be telling you what kind of spacing these elements have. So let's look at a couple more of these. Another very common element is known as the image tag, img, and notice it does not have a sibling closing tag. It is noticed as a self-closing tag by the / put after the text. A couple of elements have this type of syntax, and you just kind of memorize those as time goes on, which ones look this way with the single tag and which ones have both. The image tag, however, to work needs an attribute. We're going to be covering attributes in the next lesson, but for example, I could give this image tag an src, which stands for source, and set it equal to double quotes with a URL to some video on the or image on the web. And now this URL I'm pasting in is from the website Unsplash. So that we can view an image here, make sure it works. We'll go ahead and refresh. And sure enough, our image, though very large, is showing on the page. So we'd have to play with some width to make it look right, but that's how the image tag would work. Another tag that we will be using all the time is known as the div tag, and this has an opening and closing tag. Now, div tags are kind of like boxes. They are meant to hold groups of content. So I'm going to comment out this image tag here so that we aren't having all of our screen space taken up. And I'm going to put some elements inside of this div tag, such as an h1 and a p tag, which is a small text tag. I'll go ahead and refresh. And notice there's no real visual clue that we're using a div tag. But later down the road, when we're using CSS to style our web page, it is very common to put elements in containers like this so that we can style them in groups. Notice as well that the p tag is sitting below the h1 tag. This is showing you that the p tag is a block-sized element. Other tags we should mention while we're here is the link and script tags. We'll be using this later on in the course. The link tag will be for linking CSS sheets so we can style our HTML, and the script tag will be used to link other JavaScript pages so we can start adding logic to our websites. Other elements we'll see are things such as forms. Now, forms are used whenever we need to take input from a user with an input tag. If I refresh my page here, you'll see this little input box has appeared that I can type in. We'll go into depth with how these are used later on when we're covering the DOM, but just know that forms and inputs are used whenever we need to take information from the user, such as a sign up or a login form on a website. Another way the user may interact with our site is with a button, using the button tag. We'll refresh and see how that works. Pretty straightforward. I can click it. And then lastly, one other essential element we'll see a lot of is called the anchor tag, known as the A tag. Now, the anchor tag is for linking us to other external websites or to another web page in our personal website. This is also done with an attribute, much like the image tag taking the src or the source. The A tag will take an href, known as an href. And this can link to another website or web page by simply putting the URL as the href. So if we wanted this link to go to Google, I could say the href is for google.com and then give the user some text to click on inside of each tag. Go ahead and refresh. I won't click it now, but if I were, we would get routed to Google. Now, while this is surely a collection of very common elements we'll use all the time, this is in no way an exhaustive list. There are many, many other HTML elements we can use to mark up our website, and we'll be covering many of them in time. Part of being a programmer is being able to find your resources. So if there is something that we haven't taught yet in these videos, but you're working on HTML and need a tag for it, go ahead to w3schools.com or even google.com and do a search for that tag. Sure enough, you will find the answer you're looking for. Now that we've seen some of these common HTML elements, it's time to practice. So I'm going to make a quiz file over here that will give you some instructions on how to practice this. All right, so in this quiz file that we see here, I have some comments. Now up above these comments, I wouldn't erase them just so you have them for reference, but I want you to build an HTML page from scratch that uses all of the following tags. Now, some of them are essential. That's all the ones here on the top line. And the rest are just ones you can use as you see fit. So there's no rigidity to this, nothing I'm expecting to see specifically. I just want you to get some practice in using all of these tags here on this file. You can copy it over to the index file if you'd like to reload the browser and see what it looks like. But as soon as you feel comfortable with this, you've been able to use all the tags. Join me in the next lesson where we'll cover HTML attributes. Hello and welcome back to this series on HTML. This video is going to briefly cover some HTML attributes, just so we kind of get a handle of what they are and what they're used for in some more depth. So we've seen a couple so far, right? We've seen the source attribute and we've seen the href attribute. Href on the A tag or the anchor tag is being used for linking an external website, such as anchor tag to href www.google.com. This does have a sibling closing tag, so we can give the user some text to click on. Go to Google. And we've also seen the image tag, which takes the src or the source. The src is very commonly takes a URL, regardless of the tag it's used on, because it needs to know what is the source for the data that this tag should be showing. So using that link from Unsplash from the last lesson, I'm going to paste that here, refresh the page, and notice how large that picture is again. Not exactly ideal. So another attribute the image tag can take is a width attribute. If I go here, after the source attribute is completed and its entire text is confined within these quotes, I can hit space and add another attribute and say you should have a width. And in quotations, I will say 200 px, which stands for pixels. As I refresh the page now, notice the image is much smaller, much more fit on the page. So attributes such as width or source or href are really used to configure the elements, give them a little bit more dynamicism, more properties. And when you get into CSS, you use these attributes all the time to select and style your elements. So other common tags that we're going to be using all the time that take these attributes are as follows. So one of them is the script tag, as we saw. And if you recall, this is used to link your JavaScript page so you can add logic to your website. Now the script tag takes an SRC, it takes a source attribute, but instead of giving a source to an external website, what we do is we give it a source to an internal file, meaning a file that we have created up here on the left. So if I had an app.js file, which is a pretty conventional name for a JavaScript file, in here I could just say look for my app.js file and load all my JavaScript. Now notice where I'm putting the script tag. This will be very important soon. Once we get into DOM manipulation and we start moving things on the page, we want our JavaScript to load after the website is loaded. So that is why the script tag is typically the very last thing we put inside of the body tag. Another tag that we'll be using all the time is actually one that we add to the head, and that is the link tag, and it is a self-closing tag. The link takes an href attribute, and instead of linking to an external JavaScript file, we're going to link to a style.css file. So this will load our stylings that we add to our web page, and this will load our logic. But the only way that this will work is if we're using these correct attributes. While we're at it here with attributes, let's cover a few more elements you're going to run into, as this is all we really need to know at this time for attributes. So in HTML, you'll often need to make lists of data. And there's two types of lists you can make. You can make an unordered list with the UL tag, or you can make an ordered list with the OL tag. Now, both of these tags take LI tags inside of them. This stands for list item. And I'm going to make a couple of these on each. And I'll say item 1, item 2 on both. But when we refresh the page, notice how the lists show up differently. An unordered list, and sorry about the console log there, we don't have a JavaScript file, so HTML is trying to help me out. But notice with the unordered list, I just get these standard bullets, and with the ordered list, I get numbers. Now these can be changed and styled separately, but just out of the box, you have this ability to create lists. Great, so from there, you are ready to work on the first assignment. That's going to have you make a web page in HTML. So once you feel comfortable with attributes, maybe play around with the href and source here. If it's still a little confusing, feel free to go grab your own URL, put it into here, change the width, refresh the page and see how the page is changing. But as soon as you're ready, move on to the assignment, and we'll see you in the next lesson.
All right, you've come to your first assignment that we're going to give you, Silly CIA Part 1. Now, this is another instance where the full assignment description is actually hosted on a vSchool coursework page instead of here in Scrimba. So what you'll do is you're going to click the link to go to the website, and you'll complete the assignment on your own machine using Visual Studio Code or whatever editor you want to use. Now, one thing that's a little bit different about this assignment is that we won't actually be walking you through the solution together. Other times in this course, we'll ask you to pause the screencast, attempt a challenge right here in Scrimba, then walk through it together. With these assignments, however, we won't be doing that. Instead, it will be your responsibility to put forth the effort necessary to complete it on your own. Now, this aspect of self-reliance is actually a key component to succeeding in any bootcamp because you won't always have someone holding your hand through every project you work on. Remember, we talked about how the easiest way to learn something is to do things the hard way. In this case, the hard way means actually applying yourself to try and complete these assignments without taking any shortcuts, without copying and pasting code you find online, and so forth. Even if doing some of the assignments takes you many hours or even days to complete, you're still going to be getting more out of that effort than if you cut corners. That being said, another key component about learning we talked about earlier was that learning shouldn't be lonely. So if you get stuck on any of the assignments, you should reach out in the Module 0 Slack workspace and ask questions there. It's a great place to get help from other students as well as vSchool staff and even alumni. Okay, so let's get started on this first assignment. Click the link in this slide to get started, and when you're done, come back here to Scrimba and move on in the playlist.
And welcome back to these lessons on HTML. In this lesson, it's going to be a quick one, but we're just going to cover the HTML5 semantic tags, what they are, and why were they introduced to the language. So HTML5 semantic tags are a version of HTML5, and what it introduced was more tags to make our code, first and foremost, easier to understand. Denoted by the word semantic, it is all about semantics. What we're looking at here is a website where I've created a nav bar, the header for the site, the main section, and the footer. And on the right-hand side, we can't really denote what is what. I mean, the nav bar stands out. Everything else just looks like text. It's going to be that way until we introduce CSS. But more so, how easy is this to read? How do I, if I said, hey, go find the nav bar, how would you know which div it is that is the nav bar as a developer? Now, you look at the A tags and you're like, hey, those are links. Maybe that's the nav bar, and you'd be right. But it should be simpler than that. I should be able to look at your page and know what each section is, because it will grow. And eventually, we'll be scanning up and down our page and want to be able to see these landmarks that denote what this part of the page is for. So semantic tags just gave us some new words to describe boxes, right? So div is a box. It holds other elements in a group. Well, this div is really a nav bar. So one of the HTML5 semantic tags is the nav tag. Now, it works the same way as a div. It's block sized. It contains other elements. But visually, for someone coding a site, or maybe getting a site coded by someone else to do some work, they can see this tag and see immediately what it's for. So I'm going to go through the rest of these and change them to a proper semantic tag. So if this is the heading or the main header, there is a header tag. Likewise, for this next section, this would be maybe the main content. It should fill out probably most of the page eventually. It may have a bunch of other elements inside of it, but to denote what this container is for, we could use the main tag. And then lastly, we have the footer, this common bar that we'll have at the bottom of websites. Now, if you had to think, what would be a good name to call a tag that represents a footer? Hopefully you can guess it, but you're right. It is footer. That's a big win for naming conventions. All right, so this isn't a comprehensive list. There's quite a few more of these semantic tags. Just know whenever you're making boxes, whenever you're making containers to denote different parts of your site, you're not stuck to just using divs. And in fact, you shouldn't. The fact that we have semantic tags means that we should use them instead when appropriate. Now, at this time, there's no assignment to go along with this. It's more of a concept that you just need to remember that you have these tools available to yourself. However, if you do look here on the left, I did make a little quiz.md file. If you wouldn't mind jumping into here and answering the couple questions it has, just to reiterate what we've just covered. As soon as you're done, feel free to continue on to the next lesson.
Hey everyone, I'm Grant Wilhelm. I'm an instructor at vSchool, and welcome to the first video of our CSS series. This video is going to cover what our CSS series is going to entail, and then we're going to touch a little bit on the most basic form of styling. This series is going to cover CSS selectors, colors, fonts, the display property, the box model, and some layout and positioning. The first steps to styling an HTML page was seen with inline styling. We're just going to jump right into it here and show you guys how inline styling works. So we can see we have a little bit of HTML going on, and we have a div here that's displaying on our browser, welcome to CSS. So if we wanted to apply an inline style to this, we could do that simply by stating that we're going to use a style attribute followed by an equal sign and an open and closed quotation mark. Inside the quotation marks, we can specify the CSS properties we want to use. So we could change the color of this element by stating color, followed by a colon, and then whatever color we want it to be. We'll do red and give it a save, and we can see over here in our browser that it changed to red. Now we can add another style to this. After our second style is closed out by a semicolon here, we can just go ahead and type whatever CSS property we want to use next. So we'll increase the font size here, followed by our colon, and then we'll just make it 55 pixels and close it out again with a semicolon. Give that a save, and you can see over here that it is now very large text, 55 pixels to be exact, and it's red. And that's inline styling. I've left you guys with a challenge here to create 3 new HTML elements, so a div or whatever HTML element you would like, followed by giving each of them its own unique individual styling. So change the color, change the font size, whatever you'd like. And a little extra credit, try and give one of those elements 2 styles. I hope this was a great video for everybody. In our next video, we're going to be getting into some CSS. Hope to see everybody there. If you guys have any questions or comments, please feel free to leave them in the comments section. I'll be checking that periodically. See you guys next time. Cheers. Hey everybody, my name is Grant Wilhelm. I'm an instructor at V-School, and welcome to the second video of our CSS series. Today we're going to be going over CSS selectors. In our first video, we saw how we could style elements in our HTML document by using inline styling. While this method was really easy to use and allowed us to see exactly what we were styling, it's quite outdated and is definitely not up to par with today's industry standard. To move away from inline styling, we're going to need a robust understanding of CSS selectors. Before we get there though, we need to make sure that a few things are done in our HTML file to make sure it's talking to our CSS file. Generally, that's going to look something like this chunk of code right here. It's just a link tag, and the most important part of it is that we're referencing the name of our CSS file, where we're going to be putting our styles. So the first selector we're going to take a look at is selecting by all elements. This is going to be best used for making large-scale, broad changes to your website. So if we wanted to select all H1 elements, we would do that like this. We would go into our CSS file over here, and we have some things here. We'll just remove them. And then whatever HTML element you want to style, you'll just type in. So if we want to style all H1 elements, we would just type in the H1, followed by an open and close curly bracket. It's inside these open and closed curly brackets that we're going to put the styles we want to be applied to our elements. So let's just apply a little bit of color, and we'll make it blue. Now, after you have implemented a style inside of your curly brackets, it's going to be ended with a semicolon. And then you can go ahead and move forward with your next style. And let's just do a little bit of font size. And we'll just do 55 pixels. Close it out with a semicolon. And you can see over here in your window that it has updated. It is large and it is blue. And just to prove that this would move forward and the style would stick with all other H1 elements, let's just create a few more right here and give this a refresh. As you can see, here's the original, and here are the new H1 elements, and they obviously also have the same styling. And that's how you would style by selecting all elements. Now, element selectors are best to be used when you're pretty sure that you want all of those elements to be styled exactly the same across your website. But when you want to get down to the specific nitty-gritty details and start styling specific things on your web pages, it's time to start using classes and IDs. Now, classes are probably the most common way to style your HTML page when you're using CSS. They allow for a lot of flexibility, and most importantly, classes allow you to style precisely what you want to style on your HTML page. So let's go ahead and jump into it, and let's add a class to this first span here on line 10. And the way we would do that is we would just jump into this opening tag here, and all we have to do is write the word class. And this says, hey HTML, I'm ready to make a class. And you're going to have an equal sign and an open and close quotation mark. And inside the open and close quotation mark is where you're going to name your class. So we'll just name it Dark Coffee because that's really easy to remember. So now we've named it. We have a class assigned to our first span on line 10, and we can go over here into our CSS file, and we can style that class. We'll remove this stuff. And to call a class that we just created and any other class that we create in the future, all we have to do is put a period in and call the name of the class. It's dark coffee. That's it, followed by an open and close curly bracket. And then we can apply some style. So just put a little bit of color on it. Close it out with a semicolon. And we'll give it a refresh. And we can see now that dark coffee is a different color, a little bit of a brown color. And that's how you create a class and then call that class inside of your CSS file. All right, so I want you guys to follow the same process that we just did and complete this challenge. It's pretty simple, and you're going to do essentially exactly what we just did together. So go ahead and give the video a pause and complete the challenge. And don't worry if you can't complete it, we're going to go over it together in just a few seconds. Great, so I'm sure that you guys were able to figure that out. If you weren't able to, no worries, we're going to go over it right now. So what we would do is we just hop into the opening tag of our next span. We type in our class, =, open and close quotation mark. Inside the quotation marks is going to go the name of our class. And we'll just do medium coffee. And that's it for that one. We'll go down here to our last span. We'll add a class to it, and then we'll name this one as well. That's it. So now that we have both of these named, we can take these and reference them in our CSS file. Open and close curly bracket, followed by our style. Let's do a little font size. Change things up here. Let's go down here and we will reference the last class that we made, which was light coffee. And we'll do a little bit of color on this one. And we should go over here, click our refresh button, and we can see now that our medium coffee is quite large. You can see that our light coffee is definitely blue. So that's how you would have applied classes to those last two spans and then reference them in your CSS file to style them. So now that we've touched on classes, I want to go over IDs. And to keep this short, here at vSchool, we really just recommend staying away from IDs as CSS selectors. IDs are a lot more useful in unique situations that involve JavaScript. So if you're interested in that, I highly recommend watching some of our JavaScript videos as well. We now know how to style by HTML elements and how to create a class to style something very specific. But when we want multiple elements to have the same style, we can select those elements in our CSS file and separate each of them by using a comma. And that's going to look something like this. If we go in here into our HTML file, we can see that we have multiple H1 elements and an H2 element. So let's get rid of these here. And let's just style this H1 and this H2 so that they have the exact same style. We can go over here into our CSS file. We'll remove this and we can select our H1 followed by a comma and our H2. And of course, an open and close curly bracket. And inside here, we're going to put our style. And let's just make the font size of all of these extra large. And we'll do 60 pixels. And we can see over here that our H1 and our H2 both are the same size, even though that they are different HTML elements that would naturally have different font sizes. We can be even more specific by selecting elements in classes in combination with one another. This is a great way to add some style to only some of the things on your website. So here's how combining elements might look. We can see here that we have 3 spans. Each of them have the same class name. Now, generally speaking, if we were to reference only the class name, we would style all of these that have the same class. However, if we want to just style this one span that is nested inside of this div, here's how we would select it. We'd go into our CSS file and we would say, hey, I want you to look inside of any of the divs, and if they have the class known as coffee, I want you to apply these styles here to them. And you can see over here in our window that the span that was nested inside of the div is the only one that received the style. Now, let's take this idea of combining a step further. We can see here in our HTML file that we have several different types of elements that also happen to have the same class name. Now, if we only wanted to style this div that had this class name, here's how we would do that. We would select the div, because that's the element that we would like, and then we would put the class name, which is currently coffee. Now we are selecting any div in our HTML file that also has been given the class name of coffee. And if we look over here in our window, we can see that I like coffee is the only item that received the style. So we change a few things here in our HTML document so we can talk about our last selector. The last selector we're going to be talking about is the direct child selector. It allows us to select the children of whatever class we specify. So here on our HTML page, we can see that we have a parent and several children and one grandchild. We're only going to be styling the direct children. Here's how we're going to do that. In our CSS file, we're going to specify the name of the class that we want to select, which in this case is going to be called parent, followed by a forward-pointing arrow, and then the name of the element we want to select. In this case would be paragraph. And then we can just go ahead and add in whatever style we want to add. Give that a save and a refresh. And we can see here our grandchild did not get selected, but all of our direct children received the style that we specified. Well, that wraps up CSS Selectors. I hope everybody enjoyed this video. If you have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the comment section. I'll be checking that periodically. I did leave you guys with a short challenge here. I want you to go through and assign a class to each of the elements here in our HTML document, and then style each of those classes inside of your CSS file. That's all for today, and we'll see you guys in our next video. Cheers. Hey everyone, welcome to your first CSS assignment. For this assignment, you're going to follow the link provided right here. It's going to take you to a vSchool coursework webpage where the assignment is hosted. You're going to complete the assignment on your machine using Visual Studio Code or whatever code editor you decide to use. I will not be walking you through this assignment like I have in the past. You're going to have to rely on your own skills and persevere through the challenges that lay ahead. You can definitely do this. See you in the next lesson. Cheers. Hey everyone, welcome to your next CSS assignment. For this assignment, you're going to follow the link provided right here. It's going to take you to a vSchool coursework webpage where this assignment can be found and is hosted. You're going to complete this assignment on your machine using Visual Studio Code Editor or whatever code editor you decide to use. You can definitely do this. See you on the next lesson. Cheers. Hey everyone, I'm Grant Wilhelm. I'm an instructor at vSchool, and welcome to the third video of our CSS series. Today we're going to be covering colors and fonts. When you're building a really great website, you're going to want to make sure that you customize your own colors. We're going to be doing this today by using the red, green, and blue model. Now there's two ways we can use this model. The first way is going to be using a hexadecimal notation. The hexadecimal notation is going to take characters ranging from 0 to 9 and A through F, where 0 is the lowest value and F is the highest value. So let's jump into it and let's take a look at how we would do this. Here's how we would use the hexadecimal notation to set our background color. We're going to tell CSS that we're going to be accessing our red, green, and blue model by using our hashtag here, or a number sign, followed by 2 red characters, 2 green characters, and 2 blue characters. Again, these are going to be hexadecimal characters, 0 through 9 and A through F. So let's change these here and let's see what happens. So we could do A4, F6, B9. And we can see our background color has changed to this sort of green color. And that's the first way you could define a color. This next method is a shortened version of our first method. It's going to only take 3 characters, and it would look something like this, followed by an A, a 4, and a B. And we can see that our color changed up here. Now, we're only entering 3 characters here, but each of these characters is actually doubling. So in actuality, this color is really AA for 4, BB. And we can see that our color actually didn't change up here. And that's our second way of defining a color. Let's go ahead and change this back to how we had it. The next way of defining a color is a little bit different than the way we've been defining with the hexadecimal notation. This is called functional notation. Functional notation is going to take values ranging from 0 to 255 or 0% to 100%. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. So to access this color, we would simply do an RGB followed by an open and close parenthesis. Now we're going to enter a red value, a green value, and a blue value. Again, from 0 to 255 or from 0% to 100%. If you choose to use the numerical value, make sure that you use the numerical value for each of your red, green, and blue values, and vice versa if you're going to use a percentage. So we could do something like this, 55, 100, and 255. And we can see we get this really dark blue right here. There's another way we can define this functional notation, and this other way of defining functional notation takes another channel into consideration. It takes into consideration the alpha channel. The alpha channel allows us to set the opacity of our color. And here's how we would access that. Instead of using an RGB here, we would actually use RGB followed by an A, again representing our alpha channel. Open and close parentheses, and then we can go ahead and specify our color as we just discussed. We'll do 55 again, 155, and 255. And then again, we can see over here our color is set to a blue. Now our alpha channel is a little different from our 0 to 255 values. This value is going to be between 0 and 1. So you're going to use decimals. So we'll just start at 0.1, and we can see that our color kind of went away. And as we increase, our color starts to appear with a little bit of opacity. All the way back up to 1, where there is no opacity. And that's going to do it for colors. Let's move forward and into fonts. Text accounts for up to 90% of your website's design, and it says a lot about who you are to the user. We preach at vSchool to not get too carried away with using multiple fonts. Usually about 2 or 3 fonts is perfect. So here's how we would add a font style. We can close out this first style here with our semicolon, and then we can access our fonts by using the font family CSS property. The font family property is going to give us a set of fonts. The set of fonts acts as a fallback system in case one of the browsers that your users may be using isn't capable of reading the first font. It will simply move to the next font in line. And let's look at how we could do that. We could go ahead and do Arial, Helvetica, and Sans Serif. And we can see over here that our fonts over here changed. That's all there is for colors and fonts. I've left you guys with some notes over here. This first one is really great for finding some good color schemes for your website. The second one is a great resource for finding great looking fonts. And the last resource here is a great article to read about using fonts and how to find the right ones. I've left everybody here with a challenge in your HTML file. All I want you to do is create 3 new HTML elements. Each of those elements will have a unique class, just as we did up here with this element and this element. And then you're going to reference each of those classes in your CSS file and add a unique background color and a font family to each of those classes. So each of those classes will have a unique color and unique font to them. If you guys have any questions or comments, please feel free to leave them in the comment section. I'll be checking that periodically. I hope this was a great video for everybody, and we'll see you guys in our next one. Cheers. Hey everybody, my name is Grant Wilhelm. I'm an instructor at vSchool, and welcome to the 4th video of our CSS series. Today we're going to talk about the CSS Display Property. When using HTML, we're going to have block elements that take up the full width of our web page, and we're going to have inline elements who only take up as much width as they need. CSS allows us to change these block and inline elements using the display property. Let's take a look at how we could do that. If we look here, we have our li tag. It is going to naturally want to be displayed as a block element, and we can see that over here in our browser. So let's change this so that they display as inline elements. The way we do that is we would just set our display followed by inline. And we can see over here in our browser, they're no longer block, but they're displayed one after the other in line. And that's it for using the inline display. Now let's take a look at our images here. These are going to naturally want to be displayed as inline. So let's change them so that they sit one on top of the other as block level elements. Again, we're going to come over here and use the display property followed by block. And we can see over here in our browser again that they have changed and are now sitting one on top of the other. And that's it for changing the display to block. The next one we're going to talk about is called inline block. This allows us to position things horizontally instead of vertically. By adding a little bit of a width value, we can change the way the elements are laid out on the page. And here's how we can change these paragraphs here so that they are inline blocks. Again, set the display property, and we're going to tell it to use the inline block functionality. And if we take a look over here, they are now displayed in line with one another, but they're occupying as a block would. And that's it for our inline block. The last display property is going to be the none property. When we apply the none property to an item, it's going to completely remove it from our web page. So if we have this H1 up here and we apply none to it, it's going to just disappear. And we'll show you that right now. And it's gone. And that's going to be it for CSS positioning. I hope everybody enjoyed this video. I left you guys a little bit of a challenge here in your HTML file, so give that a go. If you guys have any questions or comments, please feel free to leave them in the comment section. I'll be checking that periodically, and I hope to see everybody in our next video. Cheers.
I thought I'd interject at this point in the course and give you an opportunity to sign up for vSchool's email list in case you're interested in receiving updates from vSchool. All you have to do is enter your email address into the input box here and click subscribe. If it helps, you can rest assured that vSchool strictly uses this email address for our own marketing purposes, and we will never sell any of your information to a third party. Once you're ready, let's move forward.
Hey everyone, welcome to your next CSS assignment, the Newsies assignment. For this assignment, you're going to follow the link provided right here on this window. It's going to take you to the vSchool coursework webpage where the assignment is hosted. You're going to complete this assignment on your machine using Visual Studio Code or whatever code editor you decide to use. If you happen to get stuck, make sure you go back and rewatch some of the videos. Otherwise, you've definitely got this. Cheers and see you guys in the next lesson. Hey everyone, I'm Grant Wilhelm. I'm an instructor at vSchool, and welcome to the 5th video of our CSS series. Today we're going to be going over the CSS Box Model. The box model is essentially a box that wraps around every HTML element. And if we take a look here in our browser, we can see a diagram of our box model right here. You can see that the box model consists of the innermost portion of the content, where you can set the height and the width, followed by the padding, which is the space directly around the content of your element, and then the border, which acts like a fence between this HTML element and other elements around it. And lastly, you have the margin. The margin represents the space between this HTML element and the other elements. The greater the margin, the greater the space between this HTML element and other HTML elements on the page. So let's go ahead and dive into this. You can see here that we have set the height and width on our box model diagram here. So let's go ahead and remove this and see what happens. You can see here in our browser that the box model diagram gets very large. So we can use the height and width here to tame this box model diagram back down to size. And that's it for the height and width. We're going to go up here to our first HTML element on the page and manipulate it. First, let's go ahead and add a little bit of border to it. We can do that by using the border property. And then we can specify 3 things here. We're going to want to specify the border width. We'll just do 3 pixels. Then we're going to want to specify the style of our border. We'll just do solid. You could also do something like dotted here, and there's a few other options. And lastly, we're going to specify the color, and we'll just do black. And you can see now we have a border acting like a fence around this first HTML element. So let's go ahead and add some padding and see what that would look like. We can add a little padding by using the padding property, and then we can specify how much. We'll just do 15 pixels. And you can see here that a little bit of padding was added just inside of our border. And again, you can see it is wrapping around our HTML element. Next, we're going to go ahead and take a look at margin. When we add a little bit of margin, take a look at the elements around this element that we're manipulating. You can see that they got pushed down here. And this space here was added to the outside of our border. And as we continue to add and increase the amount of space that this margin has, you can see that the element below this first element is getting farther and farther away in distance. And that's going to be it for margin. One thing to note here is that each of these CSS properties are actually shortcuts. We can specify whether we want these to be applied to the top, the bottom, the left, or the right. And just to show you guys an example of that, let's take a look at how we could change our border and apply a border to just the bottom of our element. We could do that by doing something like this. Border bottom. And now we can go ahead and specify again the width of our border, the style of our border, and the color. And now we have this solid bottom border on our HTML element with our padding here on the inside and our margin here on the outside. And that's it for the box model. I hope everybody got a lot out of this lesson. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the comments. I'll be checking that periodically. Looking forward to seeing everybody in our next video. Cheers. Hey everyone, congratulations. You've made it to your next CSS assignment. For this assignment, just like all the others, you're going to follow this link right here. This link is going to take you to the vSchool coursework webpage where the assignment is hosted. You're going to complete the assignment on your machine using Visual Studio Code Editor or whatever code editor you decide to use. We'll see you all in the next lesson. Cheers. Hey everyone, my name is Grant Wilhelm. I'm an instructor at vSchool, and welcome to the 6th video of our CSS series. Today we're going to cover CSS positioning. There's going to be 4 positions we're going to discuss: static, relative, absolute, and fixed. The first position we're going to talk about is static, and this is just going to be the default position that elements are going to appear naturally. You're never going to set the position property to this, except for maybe in some odd cases. Now, setting the position to relative, absolute, or fixed is going to give us access to the top, bottom, left, and right properties. And it's these properties that are going to allow us to position things on our web page. So let's take a look at relative positioning. Setting our position to relative is going to leave our elements relative to where they are naturally. So they aren't going to move unless we add a top, bottom, left, or right property. And let's take a look at how we could do that. We can set our position to relative by telling CSS to do so. Just like this. And we can see that our image did not move. It has stayed exactly where we would expect it to be. So if we wanted this image to maybe sit a little bit more center and away from this left-hand side, we can tell CSS to do that by saying left 55 pixels. And we can see that there's about 55 pixels of space here. Whatever property we put here, whether it be left, right, top, or bottom, this value is going to be the value that it moves away from this side. So we can see that it moved away from our left side here. And if this were to be right, it would move away from our right side and off the page over here. The next position we're going to discuss is going to be absolute. This is going to position your element in relation to the window. This means that when we set an element to absolute, all of the other elements available around it are going to push up and take its place. It's a little bit easier to see than to explain, so let's take a look at what happens when we set it to absolute. Let's go ahead and delete this and just put in absolute here. We can see that our outlined red image is now sitting directly on top of our outlined blue image here. Basically, when you set an element to absolute, the other elements below are going to shift up and consume the space that was being occupied. And we can access our left, right, top, and bottom properties here as well. If we wanted our image to move a little bit away from the left, we could tell it to do that. And now we can see that it's kind of sitting in the middle there. And that's going to be all for absolute positioning. So I want you to go ahead and think about the tools that we've just talked about here using the left, right, top, and bottom properties. I'd like you to try and see if you can get this red outlined image positioned below our blue outlined image here. Give the video a pause and see if you can figure that out. Great. I'm sure you all were able to figure that out, but if you weren't able to, we're going to go over it anyways. So we want our red outlined image to move away from our top here so that it sits underneath this blue image here. What I would do is I would tell it to move away from the top, and I would specify the amount, I don't know, maybe around 500 pixels. And we can see that did the trick. It's a little bit too far, so let's sync it up a little bit closer there. And look, that's right on the money. And that's how I would have positioned this red outlined image below this blue outlined image. So I hope you all were able to figure that out. And that's going to be all for absolute positioning. Lastly, let's take a look at fixed positioning. Fixed elements are going to look exactly like absolute elements initially. But elements set to fixed are going to be exactly that. They're going to be fixed to the viewable area no matter where you scroll on your web page. This is how you would get the sticky header or sticky nav bar feature. And let's take a look at that. So we'll come over here and we'll delete this and set its position to fixed. And we can see it's just as it was in absolute, positioned directly over our blue outlined image here. But look what happens when we scroll. The image stays with us no matter where we scroll on our web page. And again, this is how you would get the sticky nav bar, sticky header features that everybody likes to see on their web pages. We could neaten this up a little bit and get it to be a little bit more center. There we go. And now when we scroll, we can see that this sits really nice right here. And that's going to do it for positioning. I'm going to leave you guys with a short practice here. Just give me a second and let me load that in here for you guys. Okay, so I've left you guys here with this challenge, and all I want you to do is I want you to set this nav bar so that it is sticky, so that when you scroll, it stays with you. And I want you to style the about and menu elements here so that they are kind of spaced evenly apart along the screen like you would see with a nav bar. Go ahead and give the video a pause and we'll jump back into this and do it together. Hope you guys were able to figure that out. If you weren't able to, no worries. We're going to go over it together right now. First thing to do was to make this nav bar sticky so that when I scrolled, it moved with us. And we can remember that we achieved this in the lesson using the fixed property. Let's go ahead and set the position to fixed, and let's see what that does for us. Oh, and we can see it already did what we would expect it to do, which is go to the natural position of our absolute position. But let's see what happens when we scroll. There it is. It stays with us. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. Great. So now let's tackle the next section. We want to have these elements spaced somewhat evenly apart. So what I would do is I would set each of these positions to relative, and then I would tell them to move specified distances apart. So let's say, let's move this about away from the left side 150 pixels. Let's see what happens there. Not quite, maybe 250, maybe a little bit more. There we go. And we could probably do something similar down here with menu. Set the position to relative, move it away from the left side, maybe about 200 pixels here. A little bit much. There we go. So now these are spaced pretty evenly apart now. And when we scroll, we can see that it moves with us. And that's all we were looking for in the challenge. So I hope that we had a similar outcome. If you achieved the same outcome, but you did it a little differently, that's always okay. I hope you guys enjoyed this video on positioning and layout. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the comments. I'll be checking that periodically and looking forward to seeing everyone in our next video. Cheers.
Hey everyone, welcome to the next CSS assignment. This is going to be the CSS Flags assignment. To find this assignment, go ahead and click on this link provided right here. This is going to take you to the vSchool coursework webpage where the assignment is hosted. Everybody's going to complete this assignment on their machine using Visual Studio Code or a code editor of your choice. When in doubt, fall back on the videos in the past and rewatch them in case you missed something. Everyone's going to do great on this assignment, and we'll see everyone in the next lesson. Cheers. Hey everybody, welcome to the next assignment and congratulations on getting here. Today you're going to be doing the Design a Blog assignment. To find this assignment, you're just going to go ahead and click on this link provided right here. This is going to redirect you to the vSchool coursework webpage where this assignment is hosted. You're going to be using your machine, your Visual Studio Code editor, or the code editor of your choice to complete this assignment. I hope everyone enjoys this assignment, and we'll see everybody in the next lesson. Cheers.
The skill of debugging is an extraordinarily important one to develop as a programmer. No matter how good you think your code is or how skilled of a programmer you may become, you will always spend a majority of your time fixing bugs in yours or someone else's code. So what exactly is debugging and what are bugs? Well, simply put, bugs are just flaws in your program. Sometimes they're immediately apparent, but sometimes they can remain in a system for years without ever being discovered. Now, simple bugs are often just programmer errors such as spelling mistakes or missing curly braces or something like that. But often bugs only surface when someone uses your program in a way that you hadn't anticipated when you originally wrote the code. And those kinds of bugs can be really tricky to find. Now, depending on the type of bug you're encountering, you're likely going to have to put on both your think like a computer hat and your think like a user hat. Now, remember how earlier in the course we talked about the importance of problem solving? Well, debugging is one major form of problem solving that programmers are expected to be good at. Now, fortunately, since debugging makes up such a significant portion of our time as programmers, there are tons of tools and techniques at your disposal that you can use to find and squash any bugs that you or maybe somebody else has written into the code. In this course, we're only going to have a chance to talk about a couple of them, including the Chrome developer tools, which we'll be talking about next. Now, Chrome isn't the only browser that has developer tools. Most of the browsers have some kind of developer tools. And these developer tools are an extremely powerful set of tools that you can use to find bugs, make temporary changes to your code, check performance, check network calls, and so much more. Next, and this may be silly to bring up, but one of the best tools at your disposal is Google itself. I couldn't tell you how many developers I've talked to who say that they go to Google on a daily basis, and sometimes they end up searching for the same thing multiple times in a week. No one is going to expect you to be perfect and to have a perfect memory of everything you've ever learned relating to development, so Google's going to be one of your best friends throughout your career. And lastly, a topic that we won't be getting to in this module, but we do later in the vSchool curriculum, is Git and GitHub. Git is a version control system, and it can help you go back in time in your code if, say, you introduce a bug in your code and you either can't find it or you find that there's just too many mistakes and you'd like to go back and reset. And GitHub is a cloud-based service that allows you to put your code up online for other people to see. This can be particularly helpful if you're asking other people for feedback on your code. Maybe you're trying to get help fixing a bug or whatnot. So let's start by looking at the Chrome developer tools, and we'll get a feel for what you're able to accomplish just right there inside the browser environment. Chrome and most modern web browsers come bundled with a set of developer tools that are made for helping developers debug their own and make changes to their own code. With the projects that you've been working on so far in this module, you may have found yourself trying to edit HTML and CSS code in your editor, saving the changes, switching over to your browser, refreshing the page to see if your changes worked the way that you wanted them, and kind of doing a little run around just to make small changes to your website. And this can be a terribly frustrating way to build a website, especially when it comes to doing style changes. And so what we're going to look at right now is the Elements tab in the Developer Tools. For now, we're just going to stick to the Elements tab because the Chrome developer tools have so many tools packed in there, and we will be getting to those in later videos. For now, let's open the developer tools. So you can do that by right-clicking anywhere on your page and saying Inspect, or you could also press Command-Option-I. Now, the first thing that I usually do is I like to dock my developer tools to the bottom instead of the right. This makes it so that it doesn't mess with the width of my page. But sometimes if I have the screen space, I'll also undock it to a separate window. For now, we're just going to put it on the bottom. And obviously this is a preference. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. At the top of the developer tools, you'll see a series of words, and these are each a different realm of the developer tools. For example, this is a JavaScript console. This tells me what files have actually been downloaded in order to create this page. This one tells me of any network requests and responses that are happening, and so forth. Inside the Elements tab, you'll see we have a representation of the document object model that's being displayed on the page. These are all of the elements that Chrome is parsing in order to display the page the way that it's supposed to be displayed. And as you can see, I'm hovering over different parts of it and it's starting to highlight different things. Now over here, you'll see a little triangle, and I can click that and it will delve deeper into this tree. Rather than scrolling over the elements here, if I want a specific element, I can click on the Inspect button here and then hover my mouse over the actual page and see the different elements on the screen. Let's say that I want to select the element of this button. So I can click it, and down here in the Elements tab, it has highlighted the input that represents the Google search button. And you'll notice that right below it is the I'm Feeling Lucky button. Now I can make edits directly to the HTML here. I can click and drag. For example, I can click and drag this Feeling Lucky button above the Google search button. And when I let go, you'll see that now the I'm Feeling Lucky button is on the left. I can also click into the element by double-clicking. That allows me to access the attributes. Or if I click the input, I can change what tag it is. And I can make changes directly here. I can click into the value and change lucky to maybe unlucky and hit enter, and you'll see it made that change on the page. Now obviously this is just changing my local copy that I have downloaded from Google to my browser. It's not making any permanent changes to Google. If I want to add elements to the page, I can even just click here and right click and say Edit as HTML. This gives me the full HTML of the element that I right-clicked and its children. Now this can get a little bit crazy. I tend not to edit too much HTML in the developer tools, but I can also delete things, and sometimes that can be useful. For example, I might delete the I'm Feeling Unlucky button and decide I actually just like having one button on the page, or whatever it might be. So that's editing the HTML in the Elements tab. But one of the best parts about the Elements tab in the Developer Tools is the styles. Over here on the right, I can see all of the styles that are being applied to the element that I've selected. So here I've clicked on the Google search button, and all of these styles are styles that are being applied, or if they're crossed out, being overridden on this particular element on the page. And I can make edits here. So I might decide that I want the height to be larger than 36 pixels. I can click into 36 and just start pressing up and down, and you'll see that the button is getting taller. If I need to go fast, I can hold Shift and press up and down to go by 10 pixels. And if I need to go very small, I can hold Option and press the up and down arrows, and that will go by 0.1 pixel increments. If I wanted to see what something looked like without a style applied, I can just uncheck it from here and it will go back to whatever its default was before the style was applied. One thing this can be really helpful for is by messing with colors. For example, here's the color attribute for the text Google search in the button. I can either click here and change the hex value to something else that I might be thinking about, or I could even choose a color on the fly by clicking the little color swatch here, which brings up a color picker. I could then decide that I want this to actually be kind of a darker red. And when I do that, you'll see on the page, it has changed the color. Once I've chosen the color that I want, I can copy this hex value and paste it over in my CSS. This is a much better way to do this than to go get a hex value, change your style sheet, save it, come back to the browser, refresh it, and find out that it's not the color you wanted in the first place. Another thing that I can do is, instead of editing one of the styles that's already been written down here, if I click into element.style, I have the ability to just add any style that I want to this element on the page. For example, maybe I want to change the width of this button and see how that affects it. I can start typing width, and when it's the one that is selected in the drop-down list, I can hit return. That takes me to the other side of the colon, and maybe I want to say 100%. And see what it looks like to have a button that is 100% width. Clicking out of there keeps the style applied. And if that's something that I decide I like, or maybe I've added 5 or 10 of these, I can just copy all of these rules and paste them over into my CSS. The last thing that I wanted to show over here in the style section is always at the very bottom. If I scroll all the way down, you'll see there's this box model diagram. Now the box model diagram is an excellent way to start playing with the different aspects of the box model and the element that you've selected. For example, if you wanted to see what it looked like to have more than just 11 pixels of margin, you could just double click up here, and this is directly editing the top margin. Now, one thing about this is that doing so does not change the bottom margin. It's only changing the one side that you selected. So if your style is applying to all 4 sides or something like that, this is not going to edit all 4 sides. Still, it's a really great way to quickly see the different aspects of the box model and how it's being applied to that element. It's also good to note the different colors, as these are what show up on the page when you're selecting the element. You'll notice here there's some kind of salmon color for the margin. There's some green on the left and right indicating the padding, and the blue portion is the actual element itself. Hopefully you can see how these developer tools are really useful when it comes to editing your page. So take some time to get familiar with these. Especially when you're styling your site, you're going to find that these are really helpful to you and will save you a ton of time in the end. It might seem a little basic to be going over Google together at this point, but truthfully, Google's going to be your first line of defense when it comes to finding answers on your own. Now, if you're running into a bug, make sure that you are familiar enough with the debugging tools at your disposal to use those first, but anytime you need new information, Google is the way to go. And I'm pretty sure everyone watching this is fairly expert at searching things on Google, so there's only a couple quick pointers that I want to go over when it comes to searching for answers using maybe a vocabulary you might not already be familiar with. Now, the first thing to know is that Google is really excellent when it comes to figuring out context if you use enough limiting words. For example, let's say you are interested in learning more about Java Indonesia. Well, if you were to just simply search for Java, you're going to receive quite a bit of information about the Java programming language, and I think you even need to go to some further page in Google to even find out more information about Java Indonesia. So in cases like this, just know that you'll want to further limit your search by specifically looking for Java Indonesia. Similarly, if you're looking for an answer to a question you have and you're not specific enough, you may find it more difficult to find your answer. This is a bit contrived, but imagine that you are trying to figure out how to connect your CSS file to your HTML file. Obviously, if you just search for how to connect files, it's not going to be super helpful to you. So the limiting words that you could use are things like how to connect HTML and CSS files. Then the results that you get will actually help you. Now, one of the biggest challenges for beginners is even knowing what to search for and what terms to use. But luckily, you don't necessarily need to know the correct terminology before you start your search. Sometimes you can kind of do a little detective work and take a multi-step approach. As in, you can search using the terms that you do know and then take those results to figure out a more accurate search. For example, let's say you are interested in learning more about a specific chess move, but you can't remember what it's called. You know that it involves swapping a couple of pieces on the board, but that's about it. Well, I can just start typing things like chess move that swaps, and you can see, especially with the predictive search, it helps me figure out a little bit more about what I'm actually searching for. Like right here, I can see that it looks like it involves the king and the rook. So if I research that, I could either go straight to this first result that I see here, or if I scroll just a little bit further, you'll see there's some indication all over this page that's helping me understand the actual terminology, and it looks like it's called castling. So now that I know that term, I can go back to my search and I can maybe search for something like best time to castle in chess. And now I can start learning more about how to apply that. The last thing that I want to cover really quick is a website called Stack Overflow. And Stack Overflow is a question answering website specifically for developers. It's one of the references you'll hear developers talk about all the time. They'll say that they use Google and Stack Overflow. Now, in the beginning, Stack Overflow can be a bit intimidating, and sometimes it can make very little sense. But over time, you'll get really good at skimming for the answers on these sites. Now, I personally don't usually come straight to Stack Overflow and search here. I will search on Google, and then oftentimes results to Stack Overflow posts will show up. It can be the same when you're reading the documentation for a specific library or framework. Sometimes it's hard to follow, or it might not make a whole lot of sense, or they use terminology that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And this is just one of those things that you're simply going to get better at over time. And it's actually important that you do spend some time with that, because the senior developers that we've talked to time and time again will say that the ability to read documentation and implement some kind of new library or find answers on a site like Google or Stack Overflow is a really important skill for developers. So don't shy away from these tasks just because they're sometimes hard in the beginning. When you find yourself totally stuck and you are just absolutely not able to find any answers, try not to spin your wheels for too long. The frustration of doing so can sometimes ruin your dedication to learning web development, and at vSchool, we want to be here to answer your questions. Remember to jump on the Slack workspace and feel free to ask questions there. So I think that's really all we need to say right now about finding answers to your questions. So when you're ready, let's move on.
Hello and welcome to this series on JavaScript fundamentals. In this lesson, we're going to look at data types in JavaScript. We need these. This gives us the ability to represent real-world data in code. Will be a broad overview of these data types, and then we'll go into each of them in depth in further episodes. Right, so the data types we'll be talking about in this lesson, at least briefly, are string, number, Boolean, array, and object. So these 5 data types, we can use them to represent anything in the real world. This is how we can make our programs act and do the things that they currently do. Data types are the what of programming. Most everything we do to them. They represent, again, the real world things. For an example, they help Facebook describe a user. If you had to, just off of the top of your head here, choose what data type would be used to describe someone's age, hopefully you'd settle on number. Whereas if we're trying to represent their name, we would maybe use something like a string. So let's go through each of these to see what they look like and briefly what they're used for. But in order to do any of this, in order to use any data, we need to start off by declaring a variable. So I'm going to comment these out. Note that 2 forward slashes is a single line comment in JavaScript. And I'm going to declare a variable. Now, this is an older syntax. We're just going to use it for a little while, and then we'll upgrade to the newer syntax. But typically, how variables were declared in JavaScript, we're using the word var, V-A-R. This is telling JavaScript that the word that comes directly after var is the name for our variable. So following that Facebook user example with the age, I'd say make a variable called age and set it equal to the number 10. On the very next line, I'm going to use another word called console log, and I'm going to tell console log to log the age. And when I rerun the code here, we'll see the number 10 pop up. So what just happened? Well, we declared a variable, and we used what we call the assignment operator. And this says, whatever's to the right side of this operator, have whatever's to the left side of the operator reference that piece of data. So now in my program, whenever I use the word age, I really mean the number 10. And this is the syntax we'll be using throughout the further episodes here as we learn these fundamentals. Now, variables can be operated on just like real world data because that is what they are representing. So if I wanted to console log age, as we saw, I got 10. But if I wanted to say age plus age, think for a moment. When I run this code, what will we see console log below? So I'll go here and try it. Sure enough, hopefully you thought it, but 20. Because again, what does age represent? The number 10. All right, so that's a little bit about how variables work, and we're going to be using them throughout the rest of the course and for the rest of your coding career. But let's look at the actual data types and separate them into their own qualities. So with data types, we have 2 main types. We have primitives and we have complex. So when it comes to primitive data types, think this is as simple as it can get. This is as slimmed down as your data can be. And this includes strings, numbers, and booleans, which we'll talk about. Now, the reason these are primitives, if you think of the word or the string hello, there's no way to break this down to a smaller piece of data. It is a primitive type. It represents this one word. Same with numbers. If I had the number 2, I can't break this down any further. There's no properties to this. It is just literally the number 2. Complex data types, on the other hand, can hold a collection of other data types. These are arrays and objects. So an array would be something like a list of items denoted with square brackets. Inside of here, I could put comma-separated items, and this can be broken down further. Think of it as a box full of contents. I can pull the number 2 out, or I can change the number 3 to something else. This makes it a more complex data type. Objects are similar. We'll talk about them briefly in a few moments, how they're set up as opposed to arrays. But this is how they separate these two data types, primitive and complex. All right, so let's just run down the list here and see what each of these data types are. So first, let's talk strings. Strings are denoted by opening and closing quotes. You can use either single quotes or double quotes, but this is always text. These are words, these are sentences or single letters. So I can make a variable called name and set it equal to Joe. And Joe is the data type string denoted by the quotes. And again, like I said, we could use single quotes instead. Whatever you use, just be consistent. You can't have mismatching quotes. Next, we have our numbers. So like we did with the age, I'll say var age equals 20. And now I have a variable called age referencing the number 20. Now, if I were to put these inside of quotations, what kind of data type is age now? If you thought string, you're right. So we can make it a string if we need to, and in some cases this may be appropriate, but we'll keep it as number here, for example. The last primitive data type we have is Boolean. Very powerful data type, but fortunately very simple. It can be one of two things. Think true or false. We're going to have to ask our programs questions all the time to evaluate what's happening and to do something, if the condition is true or if the condition is false. Booleans are what power this. So they can be either true or false, and typically the variable name will denote that it is a Boolean. So we'll ask a question like, is alive? This would have to come to either true or false. Maybe var has done taxes, depending on the time of the year. We'll say false. And note, these don't have quotes. So if we were to put them in quotes, they are no longer Booleans, they are strings. So if you're meaning to use a Boolean, you use the literal word true or false, lowercase, no quotes. Great, so now on to the complex data types. First, we have the array. An array is a list. It's a list of similar items. Now, JavaScript will let you put anything in an array. You can have numbers with strings, with Booleans, but that's not something that you'd want to do, and it's not something you'll typically see out when you're coding from data on the web or from elsewhere. Typically, it needs to be a list of similar items. So, for example, I could make an array called numbers, and arrays are created using these square brackets. It can hold any amount of items, but they just need to be comma separated. So here is my array of 7 numbers. Now, arrays have some properties to them that we should note right now. They are indexed. So every item in this list has a specific position that we can grab it at. So if I wanted the number 1, for example, I would say from the numbers array, give me the first item. And this is a little strange because we're using the number 0. But remember this, arrays are 0 indexed, meaning the first item in the array is the 0th index, the second item is the first index, second, third, and so on. So think for a moment, if I wanted to get the number 4 out of this array, what number would I have to put in the brackets here? Thought the number 3, you're correct. Because while it's the 4th item in the list, it's filling the index 3, because indexing starts at 0. And we'll talk much more about this later on with our array lesson. All right, last data type we have here is the object. Now, if an array is great at holding a list of similar items, but what if we needed to describe an item in more depth? For example, an array could hold a list of names, but what if we needed not just the name? What if we needed the person's name and their age and their address, and we need that all encapsulated within one piece of data? And this is where objects get very useful, and we'll be using them all the time. But this explains a singular item in depth. So I will declare an object called person, and the syntax for objects is the same key as the array brackets, but you just need to hold in shift and you get these curly braces. And we'll open that up. Now objects, they are composed of key value pairs. So I'll make another note of that here, key value pairs. Because we need to give each property a name and then set it equal to what its value should be. So the key is the name, such as the person's name. And we say the word name, colon, and then we give the value. What is the person's name? Well, we'll say this person is Steve. I don't know any Steves, but it could be a Steve. And there we go. Now we have a person that has a name of Steve. Now, Steve may have many more properties. He is a person. So we can put a comma after this first property, hit enter, and add another. So Steve also has an age, and maybe he's 21. And there's no size limit to this object. We can keep going and going. But this is how we would condense multiple pieces of data about a singular thing in a data type. We got to use an object. I'll add another one here, maybe hair color, brown, and is alive, just so we can throw Boolean into the mix, true. So objects can hold any data type as well, strings, numbers, Booleans, arrays, and other objects. And we'll get to that in time. Note that every key value pair has a comma after it if there is another item on the list, but for the very last item, no comma is necessary. So in the later episode on objects, we'll talk about how we can use this and get information and add information to it. But for now, let's just focus on the syntax. How do we declare variables for all 5 data types and set them up appropriately? So I'm going to make an exercise.js file now for you to do a little practicing with. All right, so in this exercise.js file, I have 5 different variables. They have yet to be assigned or set equal to any sort of data, but the naming is what should be telling you what data type it's representing. So just off of the variable names here, your goal is to create the appropriate data type for all 5 of these variables, just to the right here. So for name example, you'd say equals, and then you'd give it a name with the appropriate data type. This is incorrect because name should not be a number, but this is giving you an example of the syntax I would like you to use. Once you have all 5 of these figured out and you feel comfortable, let's move on to the next lesson. All right, see you there. Hey everybody, we have an assignment for you here. It's the grocery store JS. You can go ahead and click this link to go to the exercise and an explanation, but it's going to help you practice objects. So do the assignment, reach out for help if you get stuck, and have fun. Good luck. All right, and welcome back to this series on JavaScript fundamentals. In this lesson, we're going to take a closer look at JavaScript arrays. This data type, again, remember it's a complex data type, and we're going to learn some of its use and its functionality because it does have some pre-built properties that can really help us out. But first, let's remember how to declare an array. Take a moment here and try to declare an array of numbers that is stored in a variable called myNumbers. You can go ahead and pause the video here, but try to declare this array and put at least 5 numbers in it. Once you think you've got it, resume the video and we'll keep going. Great, so if you did that, you would have produced something like this. Var myNumbers equals square brackets for the array, and then comma separated numbers 1 through 5. And any numbers would have been fine, more of just to practice the syntax of how we're setting this up. Great, one more little test. Pause it for a moment here and create an array called colors that has at least 5 colors inside of it, declared as strings. All right, so if you got that, it would have looked something similar to this, var colors equals an array, but this time instead of numbers we have strings, so we can represent colors like blue, green, and red. Let's add 2 more here just to keep this interesting. Yellow and purple. All right, so now let's talk about how these items in the array are ordered and how we can access a specific value like red if we needed to. As you may have remembered with our introduction to data types, arrays are indexed. And what is that number it starts off with? What would be the index number of blue? If you thought 0, you're correct. So blue would be 0, green would be 1, red would be 2, yellow would be 3, and purple would be index 4. Now, these are given these indexes so we know exactly where they are in the array, and we can grab them if needed. So let's practice by trying to grab the color green. We would say something like this. We would say, here's the array that I want to index, and then using square brackets, I can put a number in here representing one of these index values to grab the specific item from the array. So to grab green, I would put the number into colors. Now I want to actually see this, so I'm going to use this word again, the console log, and then I'm going to hit run code so we can see it in the console down below. Sure enough, we get green to show up. So really briefly here, console log is for you. Console log is for the developer so you can see your data while you're working with it. It has no function that's really going to help the user once they're visiting your program, but feel free to use it all the time so you can keep track of your data while you're working with it. So great, colors bracket 1 will give us green. So if I change this to colors bracket 3 and hit run again, we'll get yellow, showing us that it found the item we're looking for. It found the index of 3. Now, if we gave it an index that doesn't exist, like 5, it's here off the end of the list, we will get null. Basically means there's nothing there. That doesn't exist yet. Great, so take a moment here, try to play with this console log, and then we'll move on here to some array properties. All right, so every array comes with a property called length. Because sometimes, actually a lot of the times, it's nice to know how many items is in this collection. Like we can see right here, this colors array, there's 5 items, but arrays can be hundreds of items long at times, and no one's going to want to count all of that. So arrays have a pre-built property. If I wanted to see the length of my colors array, I'll use it in a console log again. But what I would console log is colors.length. Now, this is the first time we've seen this dot notation, but this is how we would access how many items are in this array. So let me go ahead and comment out this line. So we're just seeing this console log, and I'll go ahead and hit run. And it pops up the number 5, which is interesting. So indexing starts at 0, so there's 5 indexes starting at 0, but counting the actual literal amount starts at 1. So blue is the first item sitting at index 0. Purple is the 5th item sitting at index 4. Now this will work on any array you have. If you just say dot length, it will give you the number of the amount of items in that array. So think to yourself right now, if I had an array with a length of 100, what would be the index number of the last item in that array? If you thought 99, you're correct. The last index number will always be 1 less than the length because length starts at 1, indexing starts at 0. Now, side note here, we're talking about arrays, but I want to mention our friend, the string. Now, strings are, again, primitive data types, and we can't really change them like we do with arrays. However, strings also have this length property. So if I declared a string like name and set it equal to Joe, and then console logged name.length, I'm going to get a similar result as I did with the array. I'll run this and I'll see that I get 3. Additionally, strings are also indexed. So J is the 0th index of this string, E being the 2nd. So if I console logged name bracket 1, what character would I get? If you thought, oh, you're correct. It is the first index or the second item in this string. We'll go ahead and run, and we get the letter O. Now, this may look like, oh, are strings just like arrays? No, they're absolutely not, and there's big differences between them. However, this is the similarity we want to point out right away. Arrays and strings both have length, and they both have indexing. So we can grab specific characters or items if we need to. All right, so now with these basics covered, I want you to go over here to the exercise.js file, follow the instructions. And in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at JavaScript conditionals. So how can we ask our programs questions to do some sort of operation? All right, I'll see you there. All right, welcome back to the series on JavaScript fundamentals. This lesson, we're going to cover JavaScript conditionals. This is how we have our program ask a question about our data and then run a specific part of code depending on the result. So if something is true, for example, run a line of code. But if it's false, skip it. We don't want it to run this time. And this is how we build a lot of our logic to power our programming. So think to yourself right now, what is the data type that allows us to see is something yes or is something no? The first thing that comes to mind should be a Boolean. Now, Boolean is that data type that can be either true or false and really powers all of these different questions we're asking. Because everything we ask isn't going to be a maybe. If something is maybe this way, let's do it. No, we want it as strict. If it's this, then do it. If not, don't. Skip it. So Booleans are very important here. Now, one of the most common ways to ask a question in JavaScript is just like we'd ask it in normal language. We'd ask if. So the if statement in JavaScript is a way to ask a question. And the syntax work is follow. You say the word if, then you set a set of parentheses, and then a set of curly brackets, and you hit enter. Now, inside of the parentheses here is where we put our condition, such as if it's true, then run the line of code that's in between the two brackets. But if it's false, then skip it and move on to the next line of code, which in this program would be line 7. So let's set up a simple if statement here that will be true every single time it runs because we're hard coding the value true in the parentheses. So if true, console.log, it is true. We'll go ahead and run the program just to make sure this works. And sure enough, it is true. But now if I change this to a false and hit run, we get nothing, showing you that this if statement first checked the condition. If it evaluated to true in some way or another, it would run the code. But since it had false this time, it skipped line 5 and kept moving down our program. Now this is great, but often we don't need to just ask one question. We have many questions. We're complex people, we are. So we want to check a condition, but if it's false, maybe we have a backup condition or set of conditions that we want to run in that case. So we'll have this one be false, so it doesn't run. But we can ask, if this is false, then here is the thing you should do otherwise. Console.log, it is false. Now when I run this code, we will see the console log, it is false, because it asked first, if, check my condition, is it true? It's not, great. Let's check the else then. And the else, notice, it's not asking a question. This is just the case that should run if this isn't true. Now you don't have to have an else statement. This is optional, but it's oftentimes needed. We need something to run on the case that our first statement evaluates to false. So one thing we could do here is compare a number. Right now we've been hard coding values, but let's see. Let's ask, is the number 2 strictly equal to the number 2? And if so, we'll console log 2 is equal to 2. And if it's false, 2 is not equal to 2. It's a lot of 2s. All right, so let's run this. And think to yourself, which line of code is going to run? If you thought 2 is equal to 2, hopefully you did. But if you didn't, we're learning. But yeah, 2 is equal to 2, so that first line run, and the else was ignored. So this is another important thing about these if statements. Only one condition in this chaining of if statements, if else, will run. If one runs, the other one is ignored, and vice versa. So if I were to change this to 2 is equal to the number 4, we're going to get 2 is not equal to 4. Perfect. Okay. Well, this is still pretty simple. We're asking one question. We're asking, is 2 equal to 4? And then otherwise, do something else. But sometimes we need to ask if something is true, do something. If not, ask another question. Well, is this true? No. Well, then is this true? And then maybe an else at the very end if you need it. So the mechanism for this is the else if. So after our first if, we can keep asking questions. Is 2 equal to 4? No. Okay, well, else if 2 is equal to 5, let's console log 2 is equal to 5. Change that to 4 so it matches our actual question here. And then we'll ask again, else if, and then here we'll say 2 is equal to 2, console.log 2 is equal to 2. Let me change this here. All right, notice I'm not including an else. Maybe in this program, I don't need an else statement to run. And the if else syntax is very dynamic. You only have to use the parts you need, but it will always start off with an if. And think to yourself, which line of code is going to run? Will it be line 5, 7, or 9? If you think it's line 9, you're correct. So the way that this statement works, as you can see, checks the first if statement. It evaluates default, so it skips it and moves to the next else if. Checks it, it evaluates default, 2 is not equal to 5. Then it checks the next question, and this one registers and evaluates to true, making this line of code execute. Now let's say none of our cases passed. Then this would be an appropriate time to throw in that else statement. Console log, I don't know what's going on because all my questions failed. All right. Well, there's an operator in here we haven't talked about yet, and there's quite a few of these that we're going to be able to use, and that is this triple equal sign. It is an example of a comparison operator. Because at the beginning of this lesson, I said, hey, we're going to use Booleans, true and false, to ask these questions, but this doesn't look like the word true or false. The important point is, what does this statement evaluate to? Because JavaScript will check this first and actually run this expression and see, hey, is this true or is this false? And then it will evaluate to one or the other to know whether to run the code or not. So we're still using Booleans. We're just getting there with an expression of some sort. We're asking a question with this operator. So operators that you will be using all the time are things such as the greater than symbol, such as is 5 greater than 3, the less than symbol, the less than or equal to, the greater than or equal to, the loosely equal, the strictly equal, the loosely not equal, and the strictly not equal. Now, for the sake of all the lessons we're doing, we're going to ask that you do not use the loose equal and the loose not equal. So triple equals if you want to compare two things against each other, and exclamation point 2 equals if you want to see if something is not equal to something else. Now, for the triple equals versus the double equals, there is a big reason. Let's comment this out so it stops running when we're executing below. And let's ask if the string 2 is loosely equal to the number 2. And we'll console log they are equal. Now, at first thought, you're saying, well, a string isn't equal to a number, so this will for sure be false. But if I go ahead and run the code, it says they are equal. This is something interesting. JavaScript is trying to help you out. It's looking at the double equals and it's saying, great, if I can convert one of these to a data type and then make a match, I'm going to do it. So it sees the string 2 and the number 2, and it says, oh, I can just swap one of these and they will be equal, so it does. We don't always want that. We usually want to make sure, no, this has to exactly equal this for this line of code to run. So if I add this strictly equals, the 3 equals, and run this again, we'll get nothing because they are now not strictly equal. This is why we want you to stick to the 3 equal signs, so we don't run into little bugs where we're comparing things that JavaScript can coerce or convert for us into another data type just to make it work. Now, to note, all these comparison operators will be, 5 is greater than 3 or 3 is less than 5. All of these statements, these comparisons will evaluate to true or false, and that is why we can use them inside of these if statements to ask our questions. Just like the triple equals is strictly equal, if we say exclamation point equal, that is saying strictly not equal to it. So now we're asking if 2 is not equal to the number 2 or the string 2. And it's going to say they are equal just because I haven't changed the console log here, but to show the exclamation point is the negation operator. It allows us to ask the opposite of what we were asking previously, aka are they equal or are they not equal? Now, there is a concept in JavaScript referred to as truthy and falsy, because not everything we ask will be an evaluation. Unfortunately, we can't always say something equal to another thing. But everything in JavaScript, every piece of data we use is inherently true or inherently false. Now, almost everything is true, so it's easiest to learn what the 5 falsy items are. And all falsy items are the following. They are the number 0, an empty string, the word null, the word undefined, and false. Now that one's kind of a gimme. Hopefully you can see that. And I misspoke. Instead of 5, it is 6. There's one last one called not a number, N-A-N or nan. Now these are the empty values or the falsy values in JavaScript. If you put any of these in an if statement, they will evaluate to false. Everything else in JavaScript we're using is truthy. So if I had a string like Joe, this is truthy because it's not empty. But if it had no text, now it's falsy. So let's see this. I'll say if empty string console.log, it is truthy. Else console.log, it is falsy. When I run this, we'll get it is falsy because it is an empty string. It is inherently false. And we're not asking a question. We're not using a comparison operator. But JavaScript can still run this just fine. Now, if I even have put one character inside of this string, I have now changed it to a truthy value. So again, for all of these, if they're put inside of an if statement, such as null or the number 0, they are all falsy. But everything else is truthy. So if I put an array in here for some reason and hit run, it is truthy because it's not one of these 6 values. All right, moving on. So we talked about comparison operators, but we have another type of operator, and these are referred to as logic operators. There's 3 of these that we want to look at. That is the double ampersand, which is the AND operator. The 2 bars, it's right above your return key if you hold in shift. This is the OR operator. And then lastly, the exclamation point, which is the NOT operator. I'm going to move this down near the bottom so we can keep working. So logic operators, they allow us to ask multiple questions in a single question, because sometimes we don't want to know if just 2 is equal to 2. What if we need to check is 2 equal to 2 and 3 is equal to 3? Or is 2 equal to 2 or 2 equal to 3? We want to ask multiple questions for something to run. And we can use one of these 3 operators to help with that. So for example, if we need to check 2 things, we can use the AND or the OR. If I said if 2 is equal to 2 and 2 is equal to 3, console.log, it's working. Else, console.log, it's not working. Now the AND operator checks both sides of the condition. First it will check this. If it's true, then it will also check this condition. The AND operator needs both of these to be true for this entire statement to evaluate to true. So with the if statement I have here, when I hit run, what's going to happen? Exactly, it's not working. Why? Well, 2 is not equal to 3. So even though this evaluated a true, the AND operator wasn't done yet. It had to check this condition, notice it was false, and turned this entire statement into false. Okay, so that's the AND operator. It has to check both conditions. What about the OR operator? Now if I were to run this code, just try to guess which line of code is going to run. It is working. So why did that work and not the AND? Well, the AND needs everything, the expression on the left and the expression on the right to be true. The OR needs one or the other, just like we use the word OR in real life, one thing or the other. So this was true. The OR statement didn't even care about this one. It didn't even check it. It found it's true, and it made this whole statement true so it could run the code. Lastly, we have the NOT operator. And we kind of looked at that previously with the not equals, but that's what it does. It negates whatever we're asking. So if I got rid of this equals and changed it to the not, and I changed my OR statement back to an AND, what line of code is going to run now? Line 44 or line 46? Right, line 44, because 2 is equal to 2 and 2 is not equal to 3. Those are both truthy statements, so the AND operator is happy and executes our code. Now this can get complex when we're asking multiple questions, especially if there's math involved and we're adding stuff or subtracting, and you can get lost with what's happening first. So order of operations in JavaScript is very similar to what you may have been taught in elementary school. With the plus, minus, multiply, and divide, we have all the operators for that. Multiply is the star, divide is the /. And we can use parentheses to say, run this statement first. So let's say this was a larger statement. We wanted to see if 2 was equal to 2 and 3 is equal to 3. And then we want to check this. So here's our second condition. Here's our first condition. Well, right now, JavaScript's going to run this, and then this, and then this. We want this evaluated first. So we'd wrap it in parentheses. And we've changed the order of operations to make sure this is fully evaluated to true, as it will stand right now, and then also check this statement. So order of operations, pretty straightforward as far as how it will work. You can use parentheses to specify what should run, and then the operators as follows. Lastly, we have one more mechanism for conditionals. And I know this lesson's getting long, so thanks for bearing with me here. But we need to look at one more. We've been looking at the if, else construct. But what if you needed to ask 10 questions? Well, if, else if will get tedious. So we have another tool. This is the switch statement. Now the switch is created by using the word switch, parentheses, and curly brackets, just like the if, right? The same syntax. Now in here is the condition we want to check. So I'm going to make a variable here. I'm going to say var color equals blue. And then I want my switch to check the color. Now depending on what color this is, the switch is going to check it and know which line of code to run using something called a case. So we set up a case and we say, hey, the first case is red. If you see red, then we'll console.log. The color is red. Another case we'll make is case blue. We'll console.log. The color is blue. I'll comment this out. And we're going to try running this code to see how this switch works. The color is blue. All right. So the switch statement ran. It checked our color, which is blue. It checked then the case red. It's like that doesn't match blue. Then it checked this case blue, saw that it matched, and ran the right amount or the right line of code. Now you can add as many cases as you want to this. For example, we'll have a case for yellow, and it should run this code if it is yellow. But then we run into an issue. When I run this code now, we get both. We get the color is blue and the colors is yellow. Color. is yellow. The reason for this is switch will run the case that it needs to run, and then it will keep running cases until it's told to stop. So another keyword we can use in a switch to tell it to stop is the word break. If I put break after every one of these lines, it will stop after it's executed its specific case. So I'll hit run again, and we'll just get the color as blue. Well, let's say the color that we are sending to this switch statement doesn't exist in the cases. We run this and nothing's going to happen. Switches have a device for that as well, and that is called the default case. You just say the word default, and if none of the cases are matched, it will run this line. The color is not red, blue, or yellow. So we run this now, sending in the color green, and we get the color is not red, blue, or yellow. All right, so this is a lot of information, and we're going to be using this all the time. So we really need to practice this as we go forward with JavaScript. So we'll have an assignment for you, and as soon as you're done with that, join me in the next lesson. Hey everybody, we got another assignment for you here. It's the if statement Olympics. Just like the other assignments, you can click the link here to go right to the exercise. This is going to help you solidify the concept of conditional statements and get used to the syntax, asking your program real questions. So do the assignment. If you get stuck, reach out for help, and above all else, good luck. All right, welcome back to this series on JavaScript fundamentals. In this lesson, we're going to look at JavaScript loops. Loops are not specific to JavaScript, neither are if statements. You'll find those in every language. So in programming, there are a lot of times where you'll want to run a particular line or block of code multiple times. It sounds strange, but often we don't even know exactly how many times we want to run that code. For loops are super useful in this situation. The easiest way to understand a for loop is to think of it as like an awesome counting machine. You give it two numbers and an increment amount to tell it where to start counting, where to stop counting, and then how much to count by, count by 1 or count by 2. And it will continue until it's told to stop. Now, if it's not told to stop, it will go forever, causing problems. But without a loop, how would you say console log the numbers 1 through 100? Well, that developer would start off and say console log 1, console log 2, console log 3. And by the fourth one, they're realizing that they hate programming and they're never going to come back to it. No, there's a way to help us with this. And this is where for loops become very useful. Now, if I had to go further and further, I think you get the idea. But we can use a for loop to do this for us, so let's do that instead. Let's stay happy. So a for loop syntax is as follows. We start with the word for, we say parentheses, and then curly brackets. Notice this is the exact same syntax for our if statements and our switch statements. It's very consistent in this language. Now the for loop has 3 parts. So let's break it down to those and what they do. First, we declare what to start it off as by declaring a variable. What number do you want to start counting at? We will say start at the number 0. The letter I is conventionally used for this variable, standing for iterator. It is the thing that's going to be counted and incremented 1 by 1 or 2 by 2, depending on how we set that up. And that is our first part. We set up our counter variable. Then each of these parts are separated by a semicolon. The next part is to tell it where to stop. So we'll tell it that while that letter or that number is still less than the number 100, keep going. And all we have to do is put that conditional expression there. Start at 0, end when you get to 99, while I is still less than 100. This last item is how much do you want me to count by? Do you want me to count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or do you want me to go 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, or count by 3s, so forth? The way that we can do this is through an operator called the increment operator. We can say every time the for loop runs, increment the number I by 1. So it'll start off as 0, it'll run the code, then it will increment, see if it should stop, and then keep running until it hits this stopping point. If we wanted to count downwards, we could use the decrement operator and say -1 every time, but we'll stick with the plus for now. Now remember the idea that we had is we want to do console log the numbers 0 through 100. So instead of console logging each one separately, let's just console log the number that I represents, because I is going to start at 0, going to increment until it hits 100. So if I hit this run code now, we'll see that all 100 numbers have listed to the console. Now, the console it calls it truncated because there's so many, but in fact, 100 items did console log because I has changed. So think to yourself, how many times did this for loop run? You said 100 times, you're right. That is how many times this bit of code has run. Now we want to ask ourselves, what would happen if we put the stopping point as something that would never occur? So for example, let's start I off at the number 25 and say stop it when I is equal to 20. However, we're using the increment operator, so it's going to go 25, 26, 27, so on, and never hit 20. Well, what we've just created here is called an infinite loop, because there's no reason for this loop to end, so it won't. And funny enough, in Scrimba, if I'm to click this button right now, I won't, but it'll actually crash this web window because the loop will go as thousands of times as it can before it says too much and it crashes. Fortunately, in editors like VS Code, it will stop you before that happens. But so if we don't give it a correct stopping point, this will never stop, and we've created an infinite loop. So even hard coding the value true here, we're saying always go. We wouldn't do this with a for loop. For loops will typically need a stopping point. So we'd change this to something that we know it will hit the end of, like 100, and we can run this again to see it run the numbers 25 through 100 down in the console below. All right, so for exercise here, just to get a little practice, pause the video and change this for loop so it starts at the number 0, ends at the number 100, and then run the code to see all 100 numbers console logged. Then go ahead and hit play again when you're ready to move on. Okay, if you were to do that, you would have had to change this number 25 to 0, and that's all you needed. From there, you can hit run code and we'll get all 100 numbers. So another exercise. With this, the same for loop here, change it so it only runs 10 times, and instead of console logging the number, console log the string. I'm getting good at for loops. We should see that log 10 times. So go ahead and give that a shot. All right, so if you got that, we would have had to change the number 100 to 10. So now it's running 10 times because I is less than 10. Instead of console logging the I variable, we'll console log I'm getting good at for loops and hit run. We'll see that it ran 10 times down in the console. All right, so this is the basics of for loops, and it's really important that you just memorize these 3 parts. What number do I want my loop to start counting at? When do I want it to end? And every time it counts, how many numbers should it increment or decrement by? If we wanted to count every 2 numbers, for example, I'll console log I again here. Instead of saying I++ for increment, I could say I plus equals 2, which means add 2 to it each time instead of 1. If I run this now, we will get 5 console logs because it ran every 2 numbers instead of every single number and hit our stopping point twice as fast. So all the examples we've used so far have been pretty contrived, so let's get a little bit more real with loops. Remember the lesson on arrays, how each item in the array has an index assigned to it automatically? Well, the first item in the array is given an index of 0, and each subsequent item's index is 1 greater than the previous item's index. So let's create an array here. I'll just comment this out as our first example and make an array of favorite foods. And we'll put pizza, pasta, ice cream, and something healthy, maybe banana. Okay, some fave foods. Its indexes will be 0, 1, 2, and 3. So pause the video here, and without using a for loop, try to console log each item in this array. So you should have 4 console logs at the end of it. When you're ready, go ahead and hit play, and we'll continue on. All right, so hopefully you did something like this. Console.log fave foods, and then you gave it a bracket. So give me pizza, give me pasta, give me ice cream, and give me banana. So I run this now, and for sure we'll see our 4 pieces of food pasted there. I mean, that is pretty annoying, though, especially when there are hundreds of items in our array. We're writing a lot of repetitive code. So for loops to the rescue. Somehow, inside of a for loop, we should be able to console log every single item in this array because this is a repeated code. We're doing the same thing. The only thing that is changing is the number in between the brackets here. So I'm going to make a for loop, var I equals 0. And then how many items are in the array? Well, we may not know. So right now, question mark. And then we'll increment by 1 each time. And then what we'd like to console log is our favorite foods, but the specific item of each one. So first pizza, pasta, and so on. So how could we make this work? Well, remember, what is the property of an array that tells you how many items there are in that array? If you recall, it is the array's length. So we could say favefoods.length, and that would evaluate to 4. Well, if we were going to for loop and check every item in this array in our loop, how many times would the loop need to run? If you're thinking 4 times, you're right, there's 4 items. So we need our for loop to do this 4 times. So now we can make where we're telling our for loop to stop, we can make it be dynamic. Say, check the length of this array, and once you've hit the number that is the length of this array, you're done. So instead of hard coding a number in here like 4, which would work for this array, we can actually refer to the array itself. We can say loop for as many times as there are items in this array by saying favefoods.length. If I run this now, I'm going to comment these out. We'll see that the entire array was console logged 4 times, because that is what this expression here evaluates to, literally to the number 4. But now the question is, instead of console logging the whole array each time, how do I get each individual item? Well, you're going to have to use this syntax, the brackets. But if I hard code in a number like 0, think for yourself here, when I run this, what are we going to see console logged 4 times? Thought pizza? Yes, it is pizza. So we need this number to change as well. And think to yourself, in the for loop, where do we have a variable that starts at 0 and ends up at the final number we need? Yes, our I variable. Now this has no relation to our array, but since we're telling our for loop to run as many times as there are items in this array, the I will represent each index number. So if I change the hard-coded 0 to the letter I, this will now, on the first time it runs, it will console log 0. The second time it runs, it will console log 1, 2, 3, and then it will hit the length of the array and stop. So we should get each individual item. So let's try that out with the I variable. And there we go, pizza, pasta, ice cream, banana. It looped 4 times, and each time we said console log the fave fruit at index of whatever I is. And since it starts at 0, ends at 3, we're covered. This use for loops is extremely common in programming. Programmers use for loops to iterate through arrays so often that you'll almost always see the variable in for loops named I. This is because it's short, again, for index, and it's really easy to type. Now, what's also nice about this length, so let's revert this back to a hard-coded number like 4. And we're like, yay, there's 4 items in this array, so let's run this 4 times and console log each food, and that works great. But what would happen if I were to add tacos to the mix? And now how many items are in this array? We got 5, so I would have to come into my program and manually change this to 5, because as it is now, when I run this, it's never making it to index 4. It's never hitting tacos. It's ending before it gets there. So I could hard code this at 5 so we can get tacos. But by using that favefoods.length, the for loop will check the length of the array and automatically go all the way through it. So with favhooves.length, it'll take in tacos. And if I add in another one, the bigger type of tacos, burritos, the for loop is automatically going to adapt to where it should stop because it is checking the length of this array before ending. So we hit go, and now we see burritos is also being console logged out. So this is a really important syntax inside of a for loop. This bracket notation with an array, looping through the array. And it looks a little strange at first, I'll give you that. But what you have to remember is while this number has no relation to our array, because arrays are indexed starting at 0, we can start this counter at 0, tell it to go as many times as there are items, and then just use that variable to get every single item at a time. All right, so one more example. Let's look at a for loop with a little bit more logic involved. Let's say we had an array of numbers, and we only want to console log the number if it is an even number. But to do this, we need to check every number at a time in order to do this, and we don't want to have to write this line by line like we did here. So we create a for loop. Var I starts at 0. It'll go till numbers dot length, because it is an array. It has a length of 6 currently. And we'll tell it to check every one, increment by 1 each time. But I can't just console log here. I need to ask a question. So think, what is my mechanism in JavaScript for asking a question? And that is the if statement. So now every time the for loop runs, it's going to ask a question on each iteration or each time it's doing a loop. And we want to ask, is the current number we're on an even number? Well, how do I reference the number 1? If I wasn't in the for loop, I could just say numbers bracket 0. But in the for loop, how do I refer to the number 1 the first time, the number 2 the second time, number 3 the third time, and so on? I would have to ask if numbers bracket I, and that will check each individual number as I increments and the for loop repeats itself. Okay, so that gets us each individual number. But now how do you check if something is even or odd? Well, there is an operator in JavaScript called the modulo, or the modulus, and it looks like the percentage sign. It is the percentage sign, but we'll refer to it as the modulo. And what this is the remaining operator. So if you divide something by something else using the modulo, it doesn't give you what it's divisible by, it gives you the remainder. So 5 divided by 2 would give you 1 because there is a 1 remainder. 2 goes into it twice, and then there's 1 left over. So if our number divided by 2 has a remainder of 0, it means it's an even number. So let's console log the specific number if it's even, using the same syntax here. So if the current number we're checking is even, then console log that current number, and we should see 246 in the console. And sure enough, we do. All right, one last point to make here. While for loops are the most common of loops we'll be using, there is one other kind that we can use and that we'll just mention here, and that is the while loop. Same syntax. You say the word while, you give it parentheses, you give it curly brackets, and whatever you write in here will be repeated. Now, instead of giving it a starting and stopping point, while loops just take a condition. So while true, console.log high. This right here is an infinite loop because while will keep checking this condition, and if it never goes false, the while loop will never stop. So we need something to stop this. So we could make something like a variable. We'll say var count starts at 0. And while count is less than 10, keep running some code. Console log high, and then add 1 to the count. So eventually it will stop. Still has a very similar setup to this, but different syntax and can be used for different purposes, such as putting a Boolean in here. So I'll go ahead and run this loop now just so we can see it, but we're going to see console logged high 10 times. Because it started at 0, but each time the while loop repeats, we're incrementing the count. Perfect. Well, this is the beginning of for loops. We're going to be using them all the time, so let's get ourselves acquainted with them. move on to the assignment. And when you're ready, let's see in the next lesson where we will cover functions. See you there. Welcome back. We got another assignment for you here. It's the even odd looping. So this is going to help you solidify some of the for loop syntax. Like the other assignment, you can go ahead and click the link here to get an explanation and instructions. And again, reach out for help if you run into any walls. But have fun. Good luck. Hey everybody, welcome back again. We have another assignment for you. It's this loops and arrays practice. This is to practice using loops with arrays. It's a very common practice in programming to loop through an array, as we've discussed, so let's get our hands on it some more. If you get stuck, reach out for help. Click this link to get more information about the exercise, and good luck. All right, welcome back. In this lesson here, we're going to start looking at JavaScript functions. This will be in two parts. This one will mostly be how do we compose and create functions and define what they are. And the second one is more of how we use them. All right, so when we're writing code, there is a common expression that the community uses called DRY, D-R-Y. This stands for do not repeat yourself. And this is a good example when we just did for loops, having to console log 10 times versus just putting it in a loop and writing the line once. That's keeping it more dry. It's keeping it more simple and declarative. Now, with a function, it's a pretty similar purpose. It doesn't do a loop, but what it does is it executes. It executes statements. So to remind ourselves, what is a statement in JavaScript? A statement is any line of code. So var name equals Nate is a statement. Or setting up a for loop is a statement. And these statements can be combined into a function, and then we can just use the function to reuse that code whenever we need it. So some quick examples of functions. We could have a function. We use the keyword function to declare one. Then we give the function a name. I'll call this one sum. And what this function does is it console logs 2 plus 2. Now I could use this function whenever I needed 2 plus 2 shown in my console. So sure, it's a worthless function, but I would never have to write this line again. All I'd have to use is use this keyword and execute this bit of code, which we'll do in part 2. Now, this is the function declaration. It's a function declaration because it starts with the function keyword, then a function name, and then the parentheses, curly bracket syntax to create the function. There is another way to declare a function, and it doesn't work any differently, but it's known as a function expression. Now, functions in JavaScript are said to be first-class citizens, meaning you can use them almost like any other data type. Because you can save strings and numbers and variables, you can also save functions and variables. So a function expression is when you declare a function but store it in a variable versus just giving it a function name like this. So I would say var my sum function equals a function that does the same thing. Fortunately, there's no difference on how either of these two are used. There are some important differences as far as how the page reads it. And for that, we're going to stick to function declarations. But just know you can store functions in variables, and then you'd use this function variable name just like you'd give or use this function name. All right, so that's functions, expressions, and declarations. Now, we're going to talk about it more in the next part, but all functions take parameters. Not all, but typically they do. So if we had a function sum again, that console logs 2 plus 2, while this function does one thing well, it only does one thing. It only console logs 2 plus 2. So it would be nice if we could give the function the two numbers we want it to add up, and then it would give us the appropriate response. And the way we do that is parameters. So the parentheses right here, we can put little placeholders for data. So I'll say num1 and num2, comma separated. Now, instead of hard coding 2 plus 2, I can say console log num1 plus num2. And when I use this function, I will give it two numbers. and it will then console log the sum of the two numbers I gave it, not like the two that we had hard-coded. And this gets our code even closer to being dry. This function is very good at adding two numbers together, any two numbers that we give it. But just remember, these are placeholders. They're just like variables. They will represent data. Now, the way that they represent data is when you use this function, you send in something called an argument, which we will cover in the next lesson. So lastly, before we get there, console logging. Well, console logging is great for us developers. Again, it lets us see what's going on, but it would do nothing for our program because we wouldn't be able to get any access to the data this function is using. So the way that you end a function, stop it from executing, it's done doing what it needed to do. Now it needs to give you back some sort of result. You won't say console log, you'll use the keyword return. And return ends a function. So even if I had a console log down here, this console log would never be read because the return means operation is over, stop the function. So before moving on, I suggest you pause here and declare a few functions of your own using this code as an example. Notice where the brackets go and the function syntax. And when you're ready to continue, let's go to the next video and see how we can actually use these functions. All right, and welcome back. As promised, this is part 2. We're going to learn about how we can use these functions to actually manipulate our data. So this is one of the functions we wrote in the last example. It's a function declaration called sum that takes in two numbers and returns their sum. So how do we actually use a function? The word used for this is calling a function. But this is also known as how you execute a function. How do you make it run? And how you make it run is a set of symbols. It is the open and closing parentheses. This right here tells this function to fire. All we have to do is put the name of the function in front of this. So I'll say sum parentheses, and that's saying execute this line of code. Grab the parameters and return their sum. Now the parameters are placeholders. They're placeholders for the data I'm going to send in. So when I call the function with parentheses, I need to send in the data that's going to represent num1 and num2 within the function. So if I said 10 and 5, this will turn into the number 10, this will turn into the number 5, and this will return the number 15. We'll go ahead and hit run. We don't see anything happen. How come? Right, so what were we using before return? We were using the console log. This is so us developers can actually see what's happening. So when we return a function, when we return from a function, we're telling it what the function should give us back. Hey, I'm going to give you two numbers. You give me back the result of those two numbers. And when it gives it back, we can save it in a variable. So I'll save var result equals sum with these two numbers passed in. So this will execute, it'll take the two numbers, it'll add them together, and then it will return it, and the function will end. So it will end, sum will turn into the number 15, and result will be equal to that number, because this is what was returned from the function. So now to see this actually work, I can console log my result to see what was actually returned, and sure enough, we get the number 15. And if I go ahead and if I change one of these numbers, I didn't have to change anything about the function. I just changed the data I'm passing in, and now I get 35. So this is another tool that helps us keep our code really dry. As long as our function uses just dynamic data, they're just placeholders, and it'll work the same regardless of what numbers you give it. That's a good function. It's doing one thing, and it's doing one thing very well. And then we can console log result in development, or whatever the function's returning, to see if it's working or not. Now, this data right here is referred to as arguments. So the arguments are what we feed in to fill as the parameters. So parameters are the placeholder labels we're giving when we declare the function, and arguments is the data we're actually feeding in to have the function execute. So that is the relationship you want to remember between parameters and arguments. So what can you send as arguments to a function? Interesting. Let's try this out. We'll just have a function that I'll call it myfunc, and it's just going to console log whatever data I send into it. right? So this is a function expecting some sort of data, and I'm just going to console log it. So now I'm going to call this function with a number. I'm going to call it with a string. I'm going to call it with Boolean, and an array and an object. All right. So I'm calling the function 5 times, so we should see 5 console logs here because this will repeat itself. And we're going to see if we can pass all these different types of data in. Sure enough, we can. The function ran 5 times, and each time it console logged what we gave it. So we're not going to do it here, but just know that you can also pass functions in as an argument. Yeah, that's right. You can give a function another function, and we will get to that in time. Now, all the functions we've created so far have been very simple, but all the tools we've learned so far, if statements, for loops, variables, all those things can be used inside of functions if we need that code executed at a specific moment in time. So if I take this out or comment it out, I'm going to make a function called loop through array, and it's going to take an array as an argument. What it will do is it will do a for loop through that array using the array.length property. And while all it will do, there's nothing very specific this function is going to do other than just console log each item in the array. Now this is a lot to look at, especially when you're starting off. So let's break down its parts really quick. We have a function with a name and a parameter. It says, give me an array when you're going to use me. What I'll do is I will set up a for loop. I will make sure I loop through that array, regardless of how long it is. You just give me it, I'll do the rest. And then I'll console log every single item in that array. So now all we need to do is call it through its name, loop through array, and give it an array to loop through. So here is an array of numbers. So we'll go ahead and hit run this code. Sure enough, the function ran and the for loop console logged all of our data. From here, we could get rid of this console log and then change that to an if statement to say, if the number is even, do something. If it's odd, do something else. And since we've put this for loop inside of a function, it's reusable. We don't have to rewrite this for loop every time we need this array loop through. We can just call our function, give it the array, and let it do the rest. All right, so this is a little bit more complex than we need at this time, but I just wanted to show you that we can use all these tools, and we will be using all these tools and more inside of functions. But what I'd like you to do now is go over to this exercise.js file and practice a bit. So there's 3 functions in here I'd like you to write and test. You can run the code the same way. If I were to write console log hi in here and run code, you'll see it show up along with the things from the other file. So go ahead in here, try to fill these out. Welcome back, everybody. So we have another exercise for you here to practice writing and using functions. Go ahead and click this link for more information on the exercise. Reach out for help if you're stuck. Have fun and good luck. Hello, welcome back to the series on JavaScript fundamentals. In this lesson and the one right after, we're going to take a deep dive into objects to learn more about how they're constructed, how they're used, why we need them, and so forth. So as we covered in our basic data types introduction, objects are best used to describe something in depth. So where an array would hold a list of names, an object would explain one of those people in depth. So let's start off just with a basic object here to remind ourselves of the syntax. So we'll make a variable called person, and we'll set it equal to a set of curly brackets, which is the object bracket. We'll open that up. And inside, everything in an object is oriented as a key value pair, where the key is the name of the property, and the value is the actual data that the key points to. So each person would have maybe a name. And so we'd say name colon, and then give the data type of what name should represent. So this person's name is Rick. As we said as well, to reiterate, objects will hold multiple pieces of data. So Rick probably also has an age. So we'll say maybe Rick is 70. And now we have an object that's storing two pieces of data about a person. So we need to talk about how do we get data out of an object, not literally take it out and remove it from the object, but what if I just needed the name Rick? I needed to know his name. I didn't care about the age. I just wanted to see Rick. So there are two notations for accessing an object's data. The first notation is known as the dot notation. The dot notation is literally just a period. And this tells us what property of person do we want to see. So if I wanted to see the person's name, I would say person dot name. If I were to wrap this in a console log and hit execute on this file, I will see Rick is console log to the console. Now take a moment, practice for yourself, try to console log age, so get 70 to show up. And I resume as soon as you have that. All right, so hopefully you wrote something like this, console.log person.age. And now we'll see Rick and 70 show up down in the console. So this is the main way we can access data in an object. Well, what data can an object store? The answer, anything. So while we have a string and a number here, we can also say maybe Rick has some friends. What data type would this probably be? We need to save multiple friends. If you're thinking an array, I think that makes sense. We can put Morty, Joe, Sam, Samantha, whatever names they are, but just to denote that this person may have a name and age, but he may also have friends. And we would use the appropriate data type to represent that. And if we wanted to console log it, the notation would look the same. Person.friends. If I go ahead and run this code, we'll see the four names show up in the console. All right, so one data type we haven't looked at inside of an object yet is an object. So maybe something rational that would be an object for the person, something that we have to describe in depth about this person is maybe his address, because the address will have multiple properties. So we'd say address and then open up a new object and say something like street, 123 street, and city somewhere. But this is showing us how do we save collections of data inside of the object. If we need multiple pieces, we can just save an object in this object. But now, how would I console log street? I want 123 street to show up down here in the console, just like we did person.friends. So take a moment here, pause the video, and try to figure this out. Try to get 123 street to show in the console. Whether you get it or not, after a couple moments, go ahead and hit start, and we'll continue. All right, so hopefully you wrote something like this, console.log person.address, which is the whole object, but it's an object, so we can access its .street. So we're saying first look here, then look at their address, and then look at their street. So we run this code, and we get 123 street. All right, so dot notation is the most common that you'll see to access data, but there is another notation that looks much different but does the exact same thing in this example. And this is known as bracket notation. And I'll add notation to this as well. So bracket notation is just that. You use brackets instead of the dot. So how does that work? We want to console log the name. So in that case, we would say person. Instead of saying dot name, we would say array brackets, and then the string representation of the key we want to access. So we want name. We would write the string name inside of the brackets here. When I run this code, we'll see that it shows Rick, just like it did when we said person.name. So with bracket notation in mind now, take another moment, pause the video, and try to have the city get console logged. So we should see somewhere down in the console, but do not use dot notation. You must use bracket notation. All right, so hopefully you got something like this. If not, that's fine. It's all new. But let's see, console.log, we'd say person. The first thing we need is the address. So we'll say person bracket the string address. And then we need the city. So instead of saying dot and then continuing on, we could say bracket city. And this will work the same way as person.address.street would work for the street. So we'll go ahead and run the code, and we get somewhere. Now you can mix and match these as well. So maybe I didn't want to use brackets on the city. I'd say dot instead. That will also work. And there are specific reasons to use bracket notation we'll get into later. But right now, we just want you to be very aware that there are these two notations, because more often than not, we gravitate towards dot notation and completely forget bracket notation even exists. And it's extremely useful. Great, so here's our reintroduction to objects. Hopefully you're kind of reminding yourself what they look like, what they do. Before moving on with objects, take a few minutes here and find two real-world things that you can describe in the form of an object. I will write some instructions right here for you so you can follow and figure out this exercise. And when you're ready, let's move on to the next lesson. All right, so where we left off in the last lesson, we were just looking at objects and how they can take any data type and the notation for accessing it. So we could use the dot notation or the bracket notation to access data in either of them. Well, let's start off there and keep going. So I'm going to make a quick object. We'll call this var car. The type is maybe a Honda, and the make is a Civic, and it has wheels. It has 4 of them. And here's our car. Now, let's say this is how the object started, but we needed to add a property to it after I've declared it. So far, we've just been using dot and bracket notation to say console log the type or console log the make. But what if we needed to add something to this car property, like has had accident equals false? It needs to record whether it's had an accident or not. Well, you can use dot or bracket notation to also add things to an object. So if I said car dot has had accident and say set that equal to true, that is actually creating this key inside of the object and setting it to true. So after this line, if I console.log car, we will see the entire object as I started it exists, and it has my new property. So bracket and dot notation can be used to add or reassign keys. I could change the type the same way. I could say car.type equals Jeep, and it would change this to Jeep. All right, so now that we know how to add properties to an object, we'll actually keep this console.log here and comment all this out. We need to talk about a few more little advanced things of objects. So as I said before, objects can take any data type, but there's one thing that we haven't talked about yet that it can take, and that is a function. So yes, objects can hold functions. Whenever a function is in an object, it is referred to as a method. So when someone says, hey, go use that method or use that string method or that object method, what they're saying is go use that function that is a property of that object or that data, whatever you're using. So let's add a function to this object. Now, whenever we're thinking function, we're thinking doing words. Right now, we're saying this is a Honda, it's a Civic, it has 4 wheels, but what do cars do? Functions are those doing words. So cars will honk. So let's make a method called honk. The key is set up the same way, but the value is just a function with no name. You just say function, parentheses, curly brackets. And in here, I'll say console.log honk. Now we have a method that is a property of our car object. Now, how do you call a method? Well, fortunately, it's the same as calling a function. I can say car.honk, but then if you recall, what are the symbols that call a function? So if you got it, that's right, we need parentheses. So I'll say car.honk and call its method. We'll hit run. Sure enough, the function ran, and there is our console log. So cool. We can give we can give objects all sorts of static properties, just describing what it is, but we can also describe what it does through methods. Now, it gets even further than this, funny enough, using the word this. So inside of an object, there is a special keyword called this. Now, this is a tricky thing in JavaScript, this, because its reference will change depending on where you use it. So right now, we're just focusing on when you use this word inside of an object. For example, let's say this car had a honk sound, and it's blurp, like that. We'll add a comma so it stops breaking. And when this car honks, when I call honk, I don't want it to say honk, I want it to say blurp. Well, using the this keyword, I can have this object refer to itself. I can say console log this.honk sound. And this keyword used inside of an object method like this refers to the object itself. So when I'm saying this.honk sound, I'm really saying car.honk sound, but I don't want to say car.honk sound because I'm in the middle of defining what the car is. I don't want to call its name here, so I'll use this. Now when I say car.honk, it's going to look at its own honk sound and display that. We'll go ahead and run, and we get blurp. Likewise, if I don't want a honk sound, I could also say just, console log this.type. Now think for a moment, before we run the code, what are we going to see console log down below? That's right, we will see Honda, because this is type, the car's type that we're inside of is Honda. But we'll change that back to honk sound. So really cool. We've covered methods, covered the this keyword, and how complex objects can really be. Now, one of the main struggles you have first writing objects is you'll get lost in brackets. That's just something that happens to all of us when we're first learning JavaScript. So let your computer do the work. When you declare some sort of piece of data like person, just put your cursor in the middle of the brackets and hit enter. Every time your editor should be putting it in the right place. Then I can say name, Steve, comma, enter. Address, brackets, enter, and it will put them on the right lines. So don't try to put them in your their own place. You will lose track of them when you're first starting off, but just know that's normal. It's a good frustration to have. All right, the last thing we need to cover is how are objects referenced. What this means is when we're assigning variables. Now, we haven't talked about this much or at all yet, but objects and arrays are passed by reference. And all this has to do with is how variables interact with this piece of data. So car right now is this object, but what if I declared another variable, var other car, and I said you are equal to car? So now I'm saying this variable should equal what this variable equals. My question is, did this just make a new object? Is other car a different object than car? Well, let's test this. Let's say other car.type should be a Jeep. Now, if these are two separate objects, if I console log car here, we should still see Honda. But sure enough, if I go ahead and run the code now, we'll see that is a Jeep. So this is tricky. It'll take a little time to get down, but just be aware that when you declare a new variable and set it equal to an object, it doesn't make a new object. We just now have two variables pointing at the same object in memory. So any change I make to other car affects car and vice versa. And this is how objects and arrays both have their data passed. Changing one will affect the other. You're not making copies, you're just having more variables point at the same thing in memory. All right, well, so that was a lot of information. We've gone over a lot. So let's get a little exercise in. Go to the exercise.js file and follow the instructions to make an object with a method that uses the this keyword and then practice using it. From here, move on to the assignment. And when you're feeling comfortable with objects, you can join me in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome back. Another assignment for you here, the social JS. It's going to help you write more complex data structures and think about how you structure data, especially with the complex data types like arrays and objects. So you can click this link here to get an explanation on the exercise. And as always, reach out if you need help and have a good time. Good luck. Hey everybody, welcome back again. We have another exercise for you here, the Loop Olympics. We just need to write more loops. We need to practice this, and especially we need to practice reading problems and turning that into code. So this is going to be a list of many different problems we want you to solve, all using for loops to get you that practice. If you get stuck, reach out for help. Click the link here for more information on the exercise, and have fun. Good luck. All right, welcome back to this series on JavaScript fundamentals. In this lesson, we're going to look at some proper JS or some JavaScript code conventions. Conventions are extremely important. Languages are dynamic. There's many ways to use it. So as a community, conventions have been created to say, here is a way to write code in a consistent way or consistent manner so that across the board, developers can read and use it. So following these casings or these conventions will be very helpful to get you starting on the right foot with good habits with JavaScript. So let's just run down the list here. I have them listed out, and we'll just quickly go over each one and what they mean and what they are. So first, casing. So casing in JavaScript is camel cased. Now there's different types of casing, such as snake cased or underscore. But JavaScript uses camel case. And what that means is whenever you're naming something, variables or functions, you write that in a camel case, which has the first word lowercase, but every subsequent word is uppercased. So if camel cased was one word, the first word is camel, the second word is cased, this one is uppercased. So let's do another one. Let's say we had a variable last name. We could say last name, or we could say last name, depending on how you want to case it, or L name. Either way, the first letter is always lowercased, but as soon as a second word or a third word is involved, their first letters are uppercased. So var, my location is in Utah, would be a camel-cased variable with correct conventions. All right, next, white space. JavaScript does not read white space. What is white space? So when we are writing a for loop, for example, we will say for var space I space equals space 0. And we'll put spaces in between each of these things to make it easier to read. JavaScript doesn't need it though. If we wanted to, we could write it just like this. But is this easy or harder to read? Everyone would arguably say this is harder. So we put spacing because JavaScript doesn't care, but as developers, we want to be able to quickly read your code. So putting some white space where appropriate to keep things nice and clean and easily to read does go a long way. Right, naming conventions. So we're not going to tell you what to name your variables, but we want you to use some common sense. And most of this is just to cause less bugs going forward. So name a variable what it is. If I had a variable for first name, I would call it first name. I wouldn't call it FN. And then last name is LN. While I know what this means, and maybe someone could figure it out, when this gets pushed into some sort of function and they're seeing this code used elsewhere, what does FN mean? Is it that much harder to say fname or first name? The answer is no. So you should be calling your variables what they are. Call your functions what they do. So like our function sum, that takes two numbers and adds it together. Sum is a good name for this. We could also call it take two numbers and return the sum. While this is explaining what it does, it's a little long-winded. So can we slim it down to something that makes just as much sense with good naming convention? So that is naming. Think about what it is, and call it that. The only one that differs a little bit is when we have arrays. So usually that's plural. Instead of friend, it would be friends, because we can have a collection of friends in an array. And with booleans, we typically ask a question like is done or is game over. Things that ask a question that would sound like a Boolean type piece of data. Naming. All right. Next, we have braces, opening and closing pairs, how to spot them. So I talked about it briefly, but let your editor do the work for you. When you declare a variable, you have to use brackets, hit enter. It will put them on the right line for you. Even if it's a nested object, hit enter, it'll put them on the right line for you. There are extensions in VS Code. If you go to the extensions tab in VS Code and download something called the bracket pair colorizer, I think that's how you spell it. Anyhow, what it will do is it will paint paired brackets the same color. So these would both be maybe purple while these would both be blue. And it can really help you when you're first learning, spot where your brackets are and make sure you're not losing track along the way. All right, tabbing and indenting. So your first intro to this was with HTML, tags inside of other tags get indented. And that concept follows into JavaScript. JavaScript statements inside of other statements should be indented to show that they are properties of that statement. So when we say if, 2 is equal to 2, we wouldn't want to say right here, console.log, they are equal, because this console log is inside of the if statement. Just like an h1 could be in a div tag, we want to tab this over once. Now, if we had another if statement inside of here, we would not write the console log here. Again, we'd want to tab it over because it is inside of this if statement. So that is how indenting works. It functions, if statements, pretty much anytime you're using these curly brackets, you're going to be indenting, even objects, right? We have our two brackets here, we indent the properties, and address would also get indenting for its properties. All right, so tab and indenting. While this is not JavaScript related, it's still a convention we need to stick to. So HTML tags, something quick. You don't make up your own tags, right? They're all predefined in the language. And keep them lowercase. So it wouldn't be a div. It would be a lowercase div. And that's pretty much it with HTML. Just make sure those naming conventions are fine. Never use something like my div, because that doesn't exist. Okay, comments. In JavaScript, we have two types of comments. We have the single line, which I've been using everywhere, but it's not covering this line. This is now being read. So if I need to cover multiple lines, I can say /**, and anything in between here are commented, regardless of how many lines long. And then as soon as the / ends, we're back to normal code again. So we've got single line and multi-line comments in JavaScript built in with these symbols. Lastly, let's talk about some casing, and this is more for your computer. You may be using Mac, you may be using something else, but for the most part, your casing is really important on your folders and file structures. You want to keep them lowercase, and you want to keep spaces out of the question. So if I had an assignment called silly CIA, for example, I would not call the folder this. I would not call the folder this. I would try to call it something like this. No spaces, all lowercase, using a dash or an underscore to separate words. And this is just a good convention to live by, as it makes it easier to navigate through these files in your terminal and interact with them. So yes to this, no to these. And that's it for JavaScript conventions. Now, saying it and seeing it's one thing, and then implementing it and trying to see it yourself is another. So coming up, you'll have an exercise where you'll have to look at some bad convention and fix it to help train your eye, get used to what our JavaScript should be typed like. Hey everybody, we have another exercise for you here. It's the Daily Planet Editor. We were just talking about JavaScript code conventions and way to write code to make it easier to read and manage over time. So this is an exercise where you're going to need to clone down a repository on GitHub that has some bugs, mostly just syntax errors, issues like that, conventions that we want you to fix the code to match those conventions. So you can click the link here to get a more descriptive example of what this is asking you. And if you get stuck, reach out for help. But good luck with this, have fun, and we'll see you in the next part.
Up to now, we've been learning a bit about the core features and syntax of the JavaScript language, but we haven't seen much about how JavaScript can actually be applied to the real world yet. Well, one of the most common uses for JavaScript is to control the elements and styles that show up on a web page. Now, you already know that when you add elements with HTML and then style them with CSS, they show up on the page the way you want them. But what if you need to programmatically make changes to the HTML after it's already been put into the browser? The main use case for this is when we want to interact with the page or change the page based on user interaction. So for example, I threw together a really quick demonstration here. If you click these buttons, it changes the background color of the browser. And then a little second section where you can decrement or increment a counter. So in this series, we're going to cover the basics of using JavaScript to do something called DOM manipulation. This is the process of using JavaScript to make changes to a web page, and these changes oftentimes are in reaction to a user's interaction. Like I showed you with the site here, when we click the different buttons, they change the background color, and when we click these buttons, it changes a number on the screen. So before moving on, just to see if you were paying attention, I wrote this quiz.md file, which just has a couple questions in it. Pause the screencast and go ahead and actually type your answers to these questions in here. And I'll go over the answers in just a second. Okay, so what does interacting with the DOM in JavaScript help us do? Well, at its core, it allows us to control the elements and styles on a page. A little more context, controlling the elements could mean removing things from the screen. It could mean adding things to the screen, or just changing what's already there. And the same thing goes for styles. We could remove styles or add new styles or just change styles. Okay, so why would we need to use JavaScript to manipulate the DOM when we could have just typed into the HTML or the CSS files in the first place? Well, the truth is, as programmers, we can't predict the future, and we don't know how the user is going to interact with our site. In fact, more specifically, even adding the ability for a user to interact with our site will require some JavaScript. This is pretty contrived, but for example, over here with the counter, I don't know how many times the user is going to click this button. Maybe they'll get bored and click it 100,000 times. I couldn't ahead of time predict that and just put the number 100,000 here. Or imagine like a stopwatch. Okay, the user will click start and it should start a timer. And that timer is actually changing numbers on the page as it goes up by the seconds. So back to the question, why would we need to use JavaScript to manipulate the DOM? Well, it's because it's the only way we can react to a user's interaction with our page. Now, if you haven't done any kind of JavaScript in the DOM before, this might look a little bit foreign. Feel free to take a minute just to play with this. You can pause the lesson and make some changes here and see how it affects the browser over on the right. And once you're comfortable with that, feel free to move on. When we talk about the DOM, we're really referring to something called the Document Object Model, which is essentially a set of tools given to developers so they can programmatically make changes to a web page. Remember learning about JavaScript objects? Well, the DOM is simply an object from which we can use methods and properties to make those modifications to the page. Now first, in order to have access to these tools, the DOM, in your JavaScript, you'll first need to connect your JavaScript file to the HTML page it will be interacting with. This is the main connection between the HTML and the JavaScript, is this script tag. Now the first thing is I don't have a JavaScript file, so I'm going to go ahead and create that. We'll call it index.js. In this case, it doesn't really matter what you call it. And I'm going to add a script tag to my HTML. And I'm going to tell it where the source src of the JavaScript file is. And in this case, because index.html and index.js are both in the same place, in the same folder, I can just say index.js. And now that I've done that, over in index.js, I have a global variable called document. And the document variable is actually just a JavaScript object, and it has a bunch of properties and methods tied to it, like I mentioned, for you to use in accessing and creating elements on the HTML page. You really can think of this document variable as being a JavaScript representation of your entire HTML page. In fact, one thing you can do to illustrate this is to pause this lesson and open your developer tools. Go to your console and try writing console.log document. Now I think here in Scrimba it just displays an empty set of tags, but if you do this inside of your developer tools, you will see an object that when you open it, it looks just like your HTML page. And one little trick you can do too is you can try console.dir, which I don't believe works here in Scrimba, but if you do that in your developer tools, you will see the document as an actual JavaScript object rather than the representation of your HTML page. It will all be a little bit foreign if you've never looked at it before, and that's okay. It's just kind of fun to play around with a little bit. So once again, let's do a little quiz. I'm going to create a quiz file and have you answer some questions. Go ahead and pause the lesson now, answer these questions, and we'll go over them in just a second. Okay, first of all, what does the DOM stand for? This one should be fairly easy. It's just the document object model. Okay, object because it is literally a JavaScript object. And you can think of model as kind of like the word representation. So it's a representation of the document. Okay, so in your own words, what is the DOM? Well, I answered that a little bit when describing what document object model means. So it's really a JavaScript object that represents the document or web page. And in this case, I don't mean one or the other. I mean, it's the document, which also could be thought of as the web page. Furthermore, it provides a set of tools for the developer to use to manipulate the web page. Okay, so I think we have a good understanding of what the DOM is. We're going to move on and learn how to access our elements using JavaScript. Okay, I know we said we would move on, but what I actually want you to do for just a few minutes is to open up your editor and build a basic HTML page from scratch. Make sure that you don't copy and paste anything. And if possible, try to do so without looking at any of your past work. And then I want you to connect a JavaScript file to that page, just like I did in the last lesson. And then I want you to log the document object to the console. Remember here in Scrimba, it just shows up as an empty set of angle brackets, but I want you to get a chance to see what it actually looks like in your developer tools. So in order to do that, you'll have to open up the HTML page that you built in a browser. You can either double-click the file or use Live Server. And then open the developer tools, navigate to the console portion of the developer tools, and take a look at what actually got logged to the console. And then, like I mentioned in the last lesson, one thing that I'll add here is to try using console.dir as well. Console.log will likely console the HTML representation of the document, but console.dir, at least in the Chrome developer tools, will log the JavaScript representation of the document. And then once you've tried that, take a look at what it looks like, play around with it. You really don't have to fully understand it or anything, but this was kind of an excuse to practice building your HTML page from scratch in case it's been a little while since you've done that, and connecting a JavaScript file to it as well. So go ahead, open your editor and get started on that. One of the key capabilities of the DOM API is that it allows us to select specific elements from our document. Now, using document here gets us access to the entire HTML document, but we usually only care to make changes to a small part of the DOM, like a paragraph or a list item or a button, for example. Now, there's a lot of ways to do element selection using the DOM, but they generally can be divided into two categories. The ability to select a single element from the page, and the ability to select multiple elements all at once. When we select a single element from the page, this actually returns an object, and that object represents the element that we selected from the page, from the HTML. Now, I want you to think for a second, if selecting a single element returns an object, what do you think selecting multiple elements returns? Well, as you learned when we were talking about data types, the way to collect multiple elements together is with an array. And so this returns an array of elements. Now, to be honest, this isn't strictly true. It actually returns something that looks similar to an array, but for now, it's good enough to think of it as an array of elements, or rather an array of objects that's coming back. Well, in this lesson, we're specifically going to focus on one of the most used selectors for getting a single element from the page, and that is getElementById. Now, the ID attribute can be added to any HTML element and is a very common way to single out elements so that they're easy to select using JavaScript. And because it's singling out the element, it's important that ID attributes are unique, or rather no two elements on the page should have the same ID as each other. For example, having an H1 with the ID of hello, and then having a button with the ID of hello, this would be bad. In JavaScript, we are going to be using the ID to select a single element from the page, and having two elements with an ID attribute just causes some weirdness and inconsistency. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this button so that we just have one element with the ID of hello. And now that I have identified an element on my HTML side, I can go to my JavaScript and I can use the document object that we talked about earlier, which has a method called getElementById, and I can access that method with the dot syntax. I can say document dot getElementById, and methods are just functions, and so I need to call this function with a set of parentheses, and the argument it's expecting here is the string name of the ID that I'm looking for. So over in index.html, I gave it an ID of hello. So here I want to get the element with its ID of hello. And I like to think of this as a command to the JavaScript telling it to go to the document, to search that document for an element by the ID of hello, and then to bring back that element that it found to my JavaScript so that I can manipulate it. And the thing that comes back from getElementById will be a regular JavaScript object. And as such, I can save that object to a variable, I can call methods, I can look at properties, and so forth. In this case, let me save it to a variable that I also call hello. And then just to see what shows up, I will console log hello. And if you look in the console, you'll see I have a representation of my HTML, which, as I mentioned before, in this case shows up as if it were an HTML element itself, but in reality, it is a JavaScript object. So don't let this representation in the console fool you, but it is helpful to see that I got the right element. In fact, to further clarify this, go ahead and pause the lesson now, and what I'll have you do is open the assignment that you did prior to this, and essentially try to recreate what we've done. In index.html, add an element, give it an ID. It doesn't have to be hello, it can be whatever. And then in your JavaScript, try to select that element by its ID. And then I want you to console log the element, but then I also want you to console.dir the element. Again, in Scrimba this doesn't work, but in your developer tools, this should show both the HTML representation with console log, but it should also show the JavaScript object representation using console.dir. So pause the lesson now, go give that a shot, and then come back here. Okay, hopefully that went well. Remember, you can always reach out to the Module 0 Slack group if you have any questions at all. The next thing we're going to learn is about selecting multiple elements and what that looks like. But before then, I have another assignment for you to complete. So that's the next item in this playlist. Okay, this is our chance to get some repetition in. So again, outside of Scrimba in Visual Studio Code or whatever editor, I want you to create another HTML page completely from scratch, don't cheat, and connect a JavaScript file to it. And this time what you'll do in your HTML is you'll create an H1 element, give it an ID, but don't put any text inside of it. Then in JavaScript, select your H1 element and give it some text. Now, the tricky thing about this is that we haven't talked about how to add text to an element yet, so this will be a good chance to practice using Google for finding answers to your coding questions. And in an upcoming lesson, we're going to be covering this. Then once you've done that, open your HTML page in a browser and check to see if your text shows up. And again, if you're using the Live Preview extension in Visual Studio Code, then you can just click the Live Preview button and it will quickly open the HTML file in a browser for you. Then, of course, once you've done all that and you're ready, then move on to the next lesson in the playlist. But remember, you can always ask questions in the Module 0 Slack workspace if you run into any issues. And I've included a link right here in case you haven't joined that yet. Here's a quick way to do so. So go give this your best shot. Try not to cheat as best you can. And when you're ready, we'll move forward to the next lesson. Sometimes you might find yourself wanting to select a bunch of elements on the page rather than just one element, like all of the list items in a list or all the elements with a specific class name. Now, getElementById works awesome if we just need to get a single element from the page, but there are other selectors that are helpful to know about that allow you to get lists of elements. The most common ones that you'll see are getElementsByClassName and getElementsByTagName. Now, one thing you'll notice about the names of these methods is that they are getElements, plural. And this is another indicator that it's going to return an array of elements to you. And the truth is, even if you only have one element on the page with a given class name that you're searching for, it will still return an array. It's just that that array will have a single item in it. And similarly, if you have no elements with that class name on the page, it will return an array. It will just be an empty array. So let's take a quick look at getElementsByClassName. Over in my index.html, I created 3 simple H1s, and they each have the same class name of things. So over in our JavaScript file, I want you to pause this lesson and see if you can figure out how we can select all 3 of those with one command. Pause the lesson now and give that a try. Okay, well, we're going to be looking at the entire document, and we want to get elements by class name. This is a method, so I need to execute it with the parentheses, and I need to provide it the class name that I'm looking for. Now let me go ahead and save this to a JavaScript variable and log it to the console. And you'll see that what shows up is an HTML collection. Now the truth is, getElementsByClassName doesn't, strictly speaking, return an array. It returns an array-like object, which when you log it shows up like HTML collection. But I can treat this very much like an array. For example, I could access the first element in that array by getting the index of 0. And when I log that, you'll see that I get my H1 with the class of things. Now also, because it's an array, I could use a for loop and take a look at every one of the elements in this array. I'm going to go ahead and do that and see if I can get thing1, thing2, and thing3 to log to the console. So if I leave it here and save this, you'll see that I have 3 instances of the entire element being logged, but I can access the text by either saying .innerHTML, or what I prefer when I'm just working with plain text is innerText. And that's great. I'm using a for loop to interact with my elements on the page. And in this case, my interaction is a simple console log, but I could potentially add some kind of manipulation to these items in JavaScript. Now, this can be really helpful to play with and learn, but I would say for the purposes of Module 0, you're going to probably be best served by practicing the most with getElementById. That being said, when I was first learning this stuff, playing around with the difference between getElementById and getElements by class name or tag name and so forth really helped me clarify the document object model and how I can use JavaScript to manipulate a web page. So I'm going to create a quiz really quick. Okay, go ahead and pause the lesson here and answer these questions. First of all, what are some of the differences between getElementById and getElements by class name? Well, one is that getElementById returns a single element, or in other words, an object from the document. Class name, or one that we didn't really go into was tag name, returns an array-like object, which again we can, for most purposes, think of as an array. Perhaps a little more obviously, getElementById requires you to provide an ID to the method, whereas class name needs a class. And if you're curious, tag name is pretty much the same as class name. So I would have document.getElementsByTagName. And this is referring to the actual name of the element. So this would be like P for paragraph, or H1 for H1s, or div for divs, and so forth. This will find all of the divs on the page and return it to me in that array-like object. For number 2, what will getElementsByClassName return if there are no elements with the matching class in the document? It will return, essentially, an empty array. And this one's a little bit tricky. What will getElementById return if there's no element with the matching ID in the document? It actually returns the JavaScript value of null, which essentially is like saying nothing. It was unable to find anything. Awesome. I hope you took the time to do that quiz. If not, there's no time like the present. You can rewind this to before I put my answers here and see if you can now answer them yourself. And then let's move on to the next lesson. If you've ever used jQuery before, you know that they use a method for selecting elements that's a bit different than the vanilla JavaScript method. But the method they use is fairly familiar because it actually just uses CSS selectors. Well, in vanilla JavaScript, we have some methods that allow us to also use CSS selectors to select elements from the page. This can be especially helpful when it comes to complex selectors and drilling down into elements on the page. Here, I've just created an ordered list of my favorite things and put a couple list items in there. So let's see how we can select these list items and the ordered list and everything using querySelector and querySelectorAll. Over in my JavaScript, we're going to be talking about querySelector and querySelectorAll. The first thing to note is that querySelector will select a single element from the page. And whether we use classes or IDs or tag names or whatnot, it will always return just a single element. Now, because I could have multiple classes on the page, querySelector will find the first element that matches the query, or rather matches the CSS selector, and return that to me. querySelectorAll, on the other hand, will select all elements from the page that match the query. So I should probably add an extra note here that says that it will return the first element it finds that matches the query. In the case of my favorite things list, I can say document.querySelector, and then inside my parentheses, instead of necessarily providing a class name or whatnot, I actually provide a stringified version of the CSS selector I would use. So if I wanted to select the entire ordered list, well, I'm given an ID of favorite things, and so I can use the hash mark followed by the name of the ID. Now let me save this in a variable so we can take a look at it. And you'll see that it grabbed my ordered list. For brevity's sake, it doesn't show everything inside the ordered list, it just displays the opening tag. But in reality, result does consist of the entire ordered list, represented as a JavaScript object. Well, now let's see what happens if I change this to querySelectorAll. Notice that I get back a node list. A node list is somewhat similar to the HTML collection that we saw in a previous lesson, and essentially you can think of it as an array of elements from the page. Now in this case, because I'm using an ID, if I were to try and find the length of that array, I know that it's going to be 1 because I only have one element with the ID of favorite things. Now in reality, this would also work if this were a class, which I would change this hash mark to a dot, since that's how we select classes in CSS, and if I had only one element with the class of favorite things, it would also display 1. But since I have nothing with the class of favorite things, it displays 0. That was a little bit of an aside, so let's backtrack here. Now let's say I wanted to grab the first element from the ordered list, or rather the first list item from the ordered list, but for some reason I still wanted to use my favorite things ID selector. Well, just like in CSS, I can provide a direct child selector and tell it to look for list items that are direct children of elements with the ID of favorite things. Or I could be even more specific and say an ordered list with the ID of favorite things. When I log this, you'll see I get the first item that it could find, which was the first list item in my ordered list. Now personally, although I know that querySelector will automatically return the first element it finds, I feel more comfortable providing a selector that I know will only have one element, like an ID. In this case, it seems a little hacky to me to know that it will select the first list item, and so if I really wanted the first list item, I personally would go give that list item an ID, and then select it by its ID. What would be more common, though, is when we are trying to get list items as an array, I would essentially do this same thing, but change my query selector to querySelectorAll. And now, if I console log my result, I need to comment this out so I don't get conflicts there. You'll see that I get my node list. One quick trick I can do to change my node list into something that looks a little more like an array is to use capital A array.from. You don't have to be familiar with that or anything, but if I look at this, you can see now I get to see this more as an array. And I have my array of my 4 objects. Again, down below, these are being displayed as if they were HTML elements, but in reality, they are JavaScript objects and they have methods and properties that I can access. Just for the sake of practice, let's say I wanted to take this array of elements from the page and I wanted to change how they showed up on the screen. Maybe this is really sensitive information and I want it to say redacted or something. Pause the lesson and see if you can accomplish that. And this may take a little bit of searching to be able to figure this one out if you're not already familiar with it. But go ahead and pause the lesson, see if you can programmatically change all 4 of these using JavaScript to say redacted. Well, because what I'm receiving back is essentially an array, I can use a for loop to loop over that array. And inside my for loop, I can access each one of these items individually. And I can change the text content of those elements to be, I don't know, this is very proprietary information, so we're going to redact it. Now when I run this, if you looked closely, you could even see the original version showing up, and then it changed to redacted. And that just happened because of the speed in which the browser was able to read the HTML. First it read this. Then, because my script tag is after the original HTML, it read my JavaScript. And this is where it went and selected the list items, looped over them, and made a change to them. So we've learned about different ways to select elements from your page. Truthfully, it doesn't really matter too much which one you decide you like the best. Before moving on, however, you should spend some additional time practicing with getElementById, getElementsByClassName, maybe getElementsByTagName, as well as querySelector and querySelectorAll. They all take a little bit getting used to, but they are all going to be very important as you progress as a web developer. So although I won't necessarily make it a separate assignment for you, I recommend opening Visual Studio Code right now, try creating a web page again from scratch, and just play with the different things that you've learned here. Remember, the easiest way to learn things is to do it the hard way, and it would be very easy to just continue on with this course. But forcing yourself to open up an editor and actually practice these things is going to be the most crucial part of you actually learning how to do this intro web development stuff. So please take some time to do that, and when you are ready, let's move on. All right, so we've learned about selecting elements in our HTML using JavaScript, but that doesn't actually give us a whole lot of power as developers until we can make changes to the elements that we've selected. The first thing we'll look at, which is one of the most basic things that you can change about an element, is its text. Now keep in mind, this is really only useful for elements that normally contain text, like paragraphs or headers or list items and so forth. Now after selecting an element, there are a number of properties that those elements have that you could modify. And you'll see these quite a bit around on the internet as you're doing searches for this. One is innerHTML, and I think this is probably the one that I see most commonly used to modify the text of an element. But there's a problem with innerHTML in that it can be a little bit of a security risk, and therefore it's usually best to just avoid setting the innerHTML manually. Another option that I've seen every now and then is to modify the object's property called innerText, but I've read a little bit about how this can be an expensive, or in other words, slow operation for the browser to accomplish, and so it's not usually the best option. The best option when you're just modifying text is to modify the text content property. Every text element has a text content property, and you can change that text content property to whatever you want the text to be changed to. And this is neither a security risk nor is it slow. Now, before we jump into how to use text content, let's take a quick aside and talk about the assignment operator. If I had just a regular JavaScript object that looked like this, and it's just an object with one property called name, I can change the name of this person object by accessing the name first, person.name, and then using the single equal sign or the assignment operator to set it equal to something else. And now if I console log my person, we'll see that I have an object and the name has been changed to Jim. Well, this is exactly what we're going to do with text content. So I'm going to access the element, which is an object, and I'm going to change the text content property and set it equal to something different. And that will change the text that is inside my element. So as a method of practice, what I want you to do is to pause this and to first see if you can access the elements. You'll notice I only have an H1 and a paragraph. They have no class or no ID or anything. So I want this to turn into some practice. This will be a good chance to synthesize some of the information that you've learned previously with what we just talked about. So I'll leave this example up here because that may prove to be helpful. And I'm going to write out a little challenge for you and have you work on that in just a second. Okay, so the first thing you're going to do is select the H1 element in JavaScript and then save the text of that H1 element, which right now is here is some text, to a variable. And then I want you to change the paragraph that currently says placeholder to also say here is some text. But I don't want you to manually set it equal to here is some text. I want you to use the text that you saved in a variable from the H1 to do that. Again, I want you to put a real effort into this. If you get stuck, don't simply move forward in the lesson to watch how I do it. I want you to ask the Slack channel. I want you to look online to see if you can figure it out. Try just playing with it. Once you've given it a solid 20 or 30 minutes of effort and you're still not making progress, then of course you can continue on with this lecture and watch how I do it. So pause the lesson now and give this a shot. All right, so the first thing is to select the H1 element. Well, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I could select all H1s by their tag name and then get the first element of the array that comes back. But again, I prefer to be pretty deliberate with my element selection if I can. So I'm going to give this H1 an ID and I'll call it header. Doesn't matter what you call it, but this just makes sense. Then over in my index.js, I could use document.getElementById, but for fun, I think I'll use querySelector to get more practice with that. And I'm going to select the element with the ID. Remember, I'm using CSS Selectors, so the ID of header. And then it says to save the text to a variable. Well, I can access the text property or the text of the element by using the text content property. And I don't want to change this, so I'm not going to use the single equals, but instead I want to save this value to a variable. So at the beginning, I'll say var text equals document.querySelector header dot text content. And now the text content, which is here is some text, should be saved in this variable called text, and it's just going to be a string. Then step 3 is to change the paragraph element's text to be the same as the text inside the H1. So if you got stuck on steps 1 and 2 and came to this part where I showed how to complete steps 1 and 2, pause the lesson now and see if you can do step 3. So with step 3, what I will do is I'll use document.querySelector. And if I go look at my paragraph, I also don't have an ID here, so I'll give this an ID of paragraph. Come back to my JavaScript. And I'm going to select the item with the ID of paragraph. And I'm going to change its text content. So by changing, I need to use the single equals. And I don't want to manually type out here is some text, because that's cheating. Instead, I have a variable that already has that in it. And so I can just say set it equal to the value of the variable text. So now when I save this and it refreshes, I have here's some text in the header and here's some text in the paragraph. In the future, we're going to see how we can make these kinds of changes after a user interacts with it. Because truthfully, right now, when I'm changing the text as soon as the page loads, it kind of makes sense to me that I should just change it in the HTML, right? But we're building up to a place where we can allow the user to maybe click a button or hover over something, and that's when this change happens. For now, spend some time playing with this as always, and when you're ready, let's move on. So we just learned about how you can edit the text content of an element after selecting it in JavaScript. And remember, all you're really doing is modifying the properties of an object. It's not very much different than if I had a plain object like this, and then I decided to change the name to something different. Okay, the name value here is a string, and I'm changing it to a different string. This is pretty similar to what we've been doing. In our case, person was the element on the page, and the property we were changing is the text that shows up inside of that element. Well, one of the properties that you will get with each of the elements you select is a style property. Let's take a look at this style property really quickly. So in my index, I have an H1 that says modifying styles with JS, and because I'm going to select it, I'm going to give it an ID. Maybe we'll call it header. And over in my index.js, pause here and see if you can remember how to select the element with the ID of header. I'm going to save it in a variable. I already know that ahead of time, so I'll start there. And then I'm going to use document.getElementById. I could also use querySelector, and we'll get the element with the ID of header. And let's console log header.style. And this is going to show up as a CSS style declaration. But there's a special keyword in JavaScript we can use to see what data type something is, and that's to say type of. So I can ask what type of data is header.style, and when I do that, it shows object. So before we had text content, in this case it'd be header.textContent, and that was a string, and I could reassign that to a different string. That's what would change this text here. But header.style is actually an object. It's an object inside of an object, or a nested object, which means that it has properties of its own. One little trick I can do to see all the properties of header.style, and this isn't something that you'll have to really know too well, is I can use O object.keys. And what this does is it turns this object into an array of strings. Or rather, it doesn't change the object, but it displays or returns to me the array of the keys or the properties of this object. So if I look at this, it's truncated a little bit because it's got so many different properties inside of it, but some of these may look familiar. For example, you have background color and you have background size, a bunch of animation properties, align content, align items, and so forth. These are actually the CSS properties of this object or of this element that you've learned about already in the CSS portion of this course. What this means is that I have access to the CSS of this element and therefore have the ability to change it to something else. For example, I can take the header, I have to access the style, and then the style object has a property called color, which will be the color of the text, and I can just change that to be something else. Now, some of these might be pretty familiar as you get deeper and deeper into these. For example, you have font size or background color like we saw earlier. There's the display property, text align, and so many more that you've probably already been playing with. Maybe margin or padding or border. Truly, any CSS property that you have learned about so far, you can access under the style object inside of the element object. Now you'll notice one primary difference between the properties that you see here and the way that you studied them in CSS. And that's that they are camel cased. Okay, in CSS, we're used to background color being background-color, all lowercase like this. Well, think for a second why that's not a great thing and why that wouldn't work in JavaScript. You can see if I were to do this and change this to background-color, first of all, I get a syntax error showing. Why is this a bad thing? Well, in JavaScript, the dash is actually a minus sign, and so the computer's going to try and figure out what this value is, header.style.background, and then try to subtract a variable called color, which we don't have, and so that's just causing all kinds of problems. And then setting it equal to something doesn't make sense. Long story short, any CSS property that has a dash in it, you'll need to change to be a camel-cased version of the same thing. And if you haven't noticed already, camel casing in JavaScript is a very strong convention that you'll see all throughout JavaScript. Technically, you can create variables just the same by using underscores, but JavaScript rarely ever does that. So you'll see most of the time a camel case version of your variable names. Well, this opens a whole realm of possibilities now that you have the ability to use JavaScript to modify your elements. We haven't quite gotten to event listeners yet, where we can respond to user input, like clicking a button or typing into an input box or something. So any changes that you make in your JavaScript like this will happen immediately when the page loads. You can see when I refresh this, it immediately changes to a background color of blue. And that happened because this used to be color, but now it's background color. So what I want you to do is to take a second and try to make the background of the entire page change to a different color. Pause the lesson now and give that a try. Okay, well, one thing I could do is I could go in and give the body an ID. But here's kind of a pro tip. I can very easily grab the body element in my JavaScript by just saying document.body. And since that's an element, it's going to have a property called style. and then it will have a background color property just like the one above. And I can change that to be maybe, let's say, Burlywood. This is pretty ugly, but you get the idea. As a recap, every element, whether it's something you get by the ID or in this little shortcut I did to grab the body, those elements have a style property, and that style property is an object that has its own properties, which are the CSS properties you're already familiar with, but camel-cased. This is actually really exciting. I remember being really excited when I found out that through the style property, I could access any CSS property and make changes programmatically. Again, this is going to be even more exciting when we get into event listeners pretty shortly. So spend some time with this, and when you're ready, let's move on. We just talked about how to modify the styles of something using JavaScript, but sometimes you still want the style to live in your CSS and use JavaScript just to programmatically apply a CSS class to an element. So this is where a couple other properties of an element come into play called className and classList. Here I left off where we were before, so I can delete these, and I'll make a couple notes here. ClassName and classList. These are properties of the element itself, so it's before you even get to .style. In fact, let's apply that right now just to see what it looks like. Over in my HTML, I still have my h1 with the ID of header, but let me go ahead and add a class name of maybe title, just to distinguish it from the ID of header. And then I'm also going to create a CSS file, styles.css, and make sure to link it here. Just to make sure that's working, I'm just going to select my title class and change the color to blue. And I needed to make sure to add my rel style sheet in there for it to work. But now I have a CSS class called title, which is what is adding the blue color to my h1 here. So back to where I started, this is a time where I may want the style to actually live in my CSS, but I want to use JavaScript to add or remove that class from the element. Well, the element had the ID of header, so I can grab the element like normal by using, let's use querySelector this time, and it's an ID of header. And instead of accessing the style property like we did previously, I'm going to access the class name property. Let me go ahead and save this to a variable called className, and then I will console log that variable, and we'll take a look at what we get. So notice we just get the string title, and that's because that is the class that's here. If I were to add a second class, which in CSS you can do by just adding a space and then putting another class, so in this case I added another one called another. If I run my JavaScript again, I get title space another. So you can see I have access to the class name property, which is a simple string. Each class is separated by a space, which means technically I can modify this class name and add a new class to it. So for example, I could say take the existing class name and add a new class to it. Now notice that I'm doing plus equals. That's because I'm taking the old version of the string and adding something to the end of it. And I'm making sure to include a space here so that it counts as a new class in the CSS. So technically this works, and back in the day, this was kind of the main way to do it. But think for a second, what happens when in JavaScript I want to remove a class like this new class? Well, I'm going to have to find the instance of the string new class in the class name property. I'm going to have to splice out part of the string, and if it's in the middle, I'm going to have to put together the two remaining ends, and it just becomes a little bit messy. And this is where classList comes into play. Truthfully, these days, classList is just the best way to do this. So I'm going to comment this out. What's nice about classList is I can do the same. Let me do my same query selector of header. I can access the classList property. And what's nice about it is that instead of it being a plain string, it's actually an object with some methods. And one of the methods that's built in is called add. And so I can say .add, because it's a function, I use parentheses, and then I put new -class. And now I have an additional class called new class. So if I console log the existing className property, I have title space another, which is what I had put in my HTML by default, but then I also have new class, and I was able to just use this add method. So with adding, it may not seem like that much of a benefit when it comes to class list versus class name. However, let's look at what it takes to remove a class. So now I can basically say this exact same thing, but there's another method called remove. Maybe in this case, I remove the another class. And now when I log the class name, you'll see that I have title, I have new class because I added it, but I removed the another class. And it was as simple as using the remove method. Another really handy method that comes with it is called toggle. And toggle essentially figures out if this class is in the element, then remove it. And if it is not in the element, then add it. So if I tell the element to toggle another, and then I will console log the class name again, and then I will say toggle another again, and then I will console log the class name again. We'll see that the first time through, it took away another. It was there originally. In fact, we can better see this by, let me get rid of new class to simplify that. And I will start out by console logging the existing class names. Then I will toggle another, console log the class names again, toggle another, console log the class names again. So title space another is where it starts, because that's what I have defined in my index.html. And then I say toggle, and it turns it off, basically removes it from the list. And then I say toggle again, and it adds it back. So take some time right now to add some elements to the index.html, to add some styles that can style those elements, and then try using JavaScript to toggle and untoggle or add and remove those classes. One quick thing I wanted to cover that I remember being pretty confusing for me when I was first starting had to do with input elements and the value property. We talked earlier about text content, which is exactly what I would use when I'm manipulating the text between an opening and closing text tag, like an H1 or a paragraph. I can manipulate the text content by using the text content property in my JavaScript and setting it equal to something else. However, you'll notice that with an input, I first of all don't have an opening and closing tag. An input is a self-closing tag. This is an indicator or a reminder that the input doesn't really have a text content property. When we're dealing with inputs, the content that will get typed by the user is accessible via the value property. Let me get rid of my H1 here, and I've added an ID of text-input to my input. And in my JavaScript, let me grab my input box with document.getElementById text input. I think that's what I called it, text input. And let me refresh this so the thing that I typed in here goes away because that wasn't part of the initial setup. And then I'm going to console log my input box's value property. Okay, notice that I get an empty string, and that's because this has nothing in it. Even if I type something in here, remember I'm typing this content, this value, after this JavaScript has already been run. And so When I save, it refreshes and it gets rid of the value that I typed in there. Now there is an option to pre-fill a value in there in your HTML, and that's by adding a value attribute to your HTML. And I could say this is some content. And now when I refresh the page, not only is the value filled in the box because I told that to be a starting value, but it also logged it in my JavaScript. Now, because it's a simple string, just like with class name or text content, I can change this in my JavaScript to be something else. And then when I refresh, the JavaScript basically overwrote what was in my HTML and changed it to the new string that I provided. This isn't something you'll do very often because usually you want to get what the user typed into the box and you don't want to change it to something else. But in certain instances, this is pretty helpful. Maybe you've gone through the process of purchasing something online and you've seen a checkbox that when you click it, it fills in, say, the shipping address as the same as the billing address or something. In that case, what they're probably doing under the hood is they are changing the value of those input boxes to equal the values that you've already filled in for the other address. There's a ton to learn when it comes to forms, but for now, I think this will be a helpful insight into input boxes and how they're different from other text elements. One of the really important functions of using JavaScript to manipulate the DOM is the ability to add new elements to the page. Now, before we jump too deep into some of the methods that we'll talk about, it's important to understand that all of the things we'll teach are tools that you can use to accomplish your own goals. Just because I do something a specific way or use these tools in a specific order doesn't necessarily mean it's the only way to do that. So just keep that in mind as we talk about some of the methods for creating new elements and adding them to the page. Now my setup here is pretty basic. It's just an unordered list with an ID of my list and a few list items. My goal is going to be in JavaScript to create a new list item and add it to my list here. So let's get started with that. In our JavaScript file, we can easily create new elements using document.createElement. It's a method, so I call it with parentheses, and I provide to it a string with the tag name of the element I want to create. If I wanted to create a new div, I could put div, or a paragraph, I'd put p, h3, I'd put h3. I'm going to create a list item. Now note that creating an element doesn't put it on the page at all. It will create an element and we will need to save it in a variable so that we can do something with it later. So I've created this new element and now I need to put it into the page. Well, one of the best ways to do that is to find the parent element that I'm trying to insert this child into and to use a method called append. So the first thing I need to do is grab my unordered list with the ID of my list. And for clarity, I will save this in a variable. And I can use the elements method called append to put my new list item as the newest last child of my list. So let me save this. And we'll see that there's a new list item added to my list, but it has no content inside. Pause the lesson and see if you're able to add text that says 3. We talked earlier about text content. Well, here I have an element that I just created, and it's going to have the same methods and properties that an element I grabbed from the DOM does. So I can say new li.textContent equals the string 3. And now when I save this, I have an appended element with the text added there. Now the append method has kind of a sister method called prepend. And when I use prepend, it simply puts the new element at the beginning or as a first child of the parent that we're prepending. So now I have another challenge for you. I'm going to have you essentially do something similar. So I'll go ahead and type that out now. So go ahead and create a paragraph that you'll place after the existing unordered list, and you can put any text inside the paragraph you want. and do this completely in JavaScript. Pause the lesson and give this a try. Well, I can essentially do what I did above. We'll create a new paragraph, and we'll use document.createElement. It's going to be a paragraph element. I can add some text content. And now I need to append this new paragraph somewhere in my document. Well, I don't want to append it to my list because then it's going to end up as a list item. So over in my index.html, essentially, it looks like the parent that I want to append it to is the body. So I have one child in the body, and that is my unordered list, and I want the paragraph to show up here. So I could give an ID to the body so that I can easily select it, but the body element is unique in that I can just say document.body and then use my append method. When I save this, I have my list from before, and then I have a new paragraph showing up after the list. Now for a bit of extra practice, see if using nothing but JavaScript, you can style this paragraph so that it is center aligned, and choose a slightly larger font to use. Pause the lesson and give that a try. So this is going back just a couple lessons, but I have my new paragraph, and I can access the style property and use text align, set it equal to center. And then I can also access the font size property and maybe set it equal to 30 pixels. Now we can see that this works just fine. For some reason, to me, it makes a little more sense to do these before you append it to the body, but it doesn't really matter too much. There's a whole lot more that we could do when it comes to creating elements, but for now, this is going to be good enough. We'll look at one more way in which we can do this in a little more concise way. So spend some time playing around with this and then move on. Previously, we talked a little bit about innerHTML and mentioned that there may be some security issues with using it, and it also has a little bit of a reputation for being slow. But the truth is, most browsers handle innerHTML pretty well. They're able to avoid things like cross-site scripting and so forth pretty well. And in speed tests, unless you're doing like hundreds or thousands or more operations using innerHTML in a very short amount of time, you're not really going to see much of a performance hit by using it. So I feel it's useful to go over because you will see a lot of examples that use innerHTML as opposed to the createElement API that we just talked about. There's an important difference between innerHTML and text content. And I think the easiest way to explain this is by showing it. So we have the same starting point from the last video where we have an unordered list with 3 list items. And I'm going to grab my list. And I'm going to log my list.text content. Okay, notice that the text content is just a string 0 space 1 space 2. But you might have recognized that my list is this unordered list, and its children are actually these list items. Well, text content essentially ignored any HTML elements and only got the pure text. Now, if I do the same and I log the innerHTML, notice that I actually get the string version, the stringified version of our HTML elements. Well, what this means is I can actually use innerHTML to create new elements on the page. And because they're strings, I can simply type those new elements out as strings. Well, because innerHTML is simply a string with the representation of my HTML elements, I can actually just add to this string using plus equals a new element, and the browser is going to take this string with these list item tags and actually turn it into a new element on the page. So I can put my 3 here, and save it. And I actually have my 3 showing up at the end of the list. Now, there are a few gotchas here and there with doing things this way, but for creating simple elements on the page, this can be a very concise way to do so. So similar to before, let's have you try adding a new element underneath the list using the innerHTML method of creating an element. Pause the lesson and try that. I can essentially do the same thing I did before, where I did document.body, but then I can say take the existing innerHTML and append to it or add to it a paragraph element. It says vSchool rocks, and I get the same effect. One thing to note here is that it's going to be a little more difficult now for me to access this paragraph element. Because I didn't create it and save it as a variable, I'll have to use some other method for changing the style, like centering it or increasing the font size like we did before. Now it is true because you are turning this string into HTML, or rather the browser is turning this string into HTML. I could give it an ID right here, just like I would. I have to use single quotes because I'm already inside double quotes. Paragraph. And then I could say document.getElementById paragraph, and then do some of my style changes. And that works just fine. However, I personally am not crazy about doing stuff like this. I don't know if I can truly explain why. I think it's because I don't have a whole lot of control once I'm done with this line of code in modifying this element. I mean, truthfully, I do because I've given it an ID, but something about it feels a little bit hacky to me. And creating the element with createElement feels like it gives me a little more control. But for a quick and dirty way to create elements and add some text inside especially, this works great. So I'm going to create a little quiz really quick and give you some tasks to accomplish. So I'll put that together right now. So this is kind of a mixture of tasks and questions. The first thing I want you to do is to go out and learn a little bit about append, which we just talked about, and the append child method, which we haven't gone over. Try to learn a little bit about the difference between the two and which one is generally preferred. Second, I want you to think a little bit about the pros and cons of using createElement and append versus using innerHTML. See if you can remember the ones that I talked about, and maybe you have run into some on your own that you have noticed as well. And then another thing to think about is what happens if I create an element using createElement, but then I forget to use append. And one more I just thought of. Try to think ahead a little bit on how you might use a for loop, which you learned earlier, in conjunction with these DOM methods that we just talked about for creating elements. See if you can think of a way that that might be applied in a practical or real-life scenario. Now, I'm not going to go over answers to these, but when you're ready and when you've thought through this and written down some answers, feel free to move forward. One thing that can get lost sometimes is how to actually apply these things that we're learning. Now, this is still a pretty contrived example, but I want us to think through how we could take this array of names and turn it into an unordered list that shows up on our page. Because this is a list with only 5 names in it, I technically could just pull each one out individually and use createElement or innerHTML to create these elements. But if then you imagine this were an array of 100,000 names, that's going to be untenable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write out the code for taking one of these items just as a quick reference, and I want you to try and use a for loop to make it work for all of these items. Okay, so what I've done here is I simply got the list of rangers, which is an empty unordered list. I then created a new list item element and saved it as a variable called new name. And then I added a text content property, or changed the text content property to be the first element of my Power Rangers array. And then I appended the new name to the unordered list, Rangers list. But this right here is my problem, because I don't want to hard code each one of these. I don't want to have to copy and paste these 3 lines of code over and over. So pause the lesson here and see if you can use a for loop to do this operation. And make sure to make it so that if I were to add another item to this array, it would still work just the same without any further code required. Pause now and try that out. And this one's a little bit tougher, but I think you can do it. So using a for loop, I'm going to loop over my Power Rangers array. And I want to make sure not to put this document.getElementById inside of my for loop. I mean, it would be fine if it were, but there's no reason for me to grab it multiple times. However, these 3 things I will want to do every time. So for every item in my array, I want to create a new list item, change its text content. We have something else to change on this line, and then append my new name to the Rangers list. Now the thing I want to change is here, instead of Power Rangers at 0, I'm going to use Power Rangers at I. And this way the for loop will do 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4 for me. Can save and refresh, and now I have all of my Power Rangers showing up in my list. And because I'm using Power Rangers.length in my for loop, when I add the Green Ranger, I don't have to change anything else in my code. This is a really nice separation where I get to have my data in one place and the way that data gets displayed in another place. And my logic for displaying the data is essentially independent from the data itself. Now, if this changes structure completely, then this is going to be broken naturally. But as you can see, adding 100,000 more names to this list will not break my code, and everything should just work out fine. So now what I want you to do is to try and refactor this using innerHTML. Pause now and try that out. Well, instead of using createElement and text content and append, I can take my Rangers list and modify the innerHTML by adding a new list item. And then inside of here, I can't just type Power Rangers at the index of I, because then I will literally get the text Power Rangers at the index of I. So I'm going to need to concatenate some string here and say add Power Rangers at I, and then add the closing tag as well. And then this should work just like before. You might start to see how we have all of these different tools in programming, and each one of them can be used together to create something great. In these 14 lines of code right now, we have an array of data that we've already learned about. We have the ability to select elements. We have a for loop, and we've seen a couple different ways that we can add elements to our page. As you learn more and more of these tools, things start to get really exciting. And these days, using frameworks like React end up being even more exciting because a lot of the more tedious code is abstracted away and you get to do the fun stuff dealing with the logic. Before moving on, I think a really good challenge for you would be to take these strings and change them into objects instead. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that really quick. And now that these are objects, see if you can get it to display not only their name, but also what color ranger they were. It could be as simple as saying Jason Lee Scott -red, for example. Once you've had a chance to play around with this a little bit, let's go forward. Learning about event listeners is one of the more exciting things you can do when it comes to learning web development, and that's because everything we've talked about so far with modifying the DOM with JavaScript essentially has been building up to us being able to do those modifications, but only after a user interacts with something on the screen. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to, say, change the style of something as soon as the page loads when we could have just done that in our CSS to start with. And so that brings us to something called events and event listeners. Now, you don't have to know anything about this JavaScript that I've written here, but essentially what this does is it allows me to console log every event that happens on a web page. When you're visiting a web page, there are so many events happening all the time that you don't even realize are happening. Pretty much anytime a user interacts with the mouse or the keyboard, an event is firing, and depending on the site, there's probably a ton more firing as well. So anytime you right-click or left-click or double-click or use the scroll wheel or even moving the mouse, entering into an element, moving the mouse out of an element, typing on the keyboard, and then even things like a download completing or resizing the window and so forth, all of those fire events. Now, most of those events, really nothing special happens, but this JavaScript here will log to the console every event that happens. And you can see just by loading the page, there's been 2 events that already fired. But as I mouse into this, you can see all the different events that are happening. You can see scrolls and wheels and mouse hovers. There's click, auxiliary click, which is the right click. I can double click, and then typing on the keyboard will do a whole bunch of events as well. And so this gets a little bit crazy. Thankfully, we don't usually have something happening on every single event that we have. So let me go ahead and delete this or just comment it out. So while most events go unlistened to, we're given tools to allow us to listen to specific events. And we do that by adding an event listener. Now, event listeners are added to any element that you want on the page. Let me go ahead and delete these highs here. I did this just so I could have something to scroll up and down in. And I'll just create a button element. So having this button element, nothing really happens when I click it, except for an event is firing. We don't see it in the console anymore because I commented it out. But this is firing an event every time I click, but I haven't taught the JavaScript to do anything when this click event happens. So let's go ahead and do that. I first have to select my element as always. So I'm going to give this button an ID of just button. And in my JavaScript, I'll grab that button. And then I'm going to use a method called addEventListener. And addEventListener takes 2 parameters. The first parameter is the type of event that I want to listen for. With a button, I will be listening for the click event. Essentially what this is saying is whenever the button element that I've selected is clicked, then perform the following function. And this function is the second parameter of my addEventListener. The first one is the string of the event that we're listening for, and the second one is what should I do when this event happens on this element. Now inside of this function, I can write whatever code I want. So maybe very simply, I could just console log button was clicked. Refresh the page, I click the button, and then after I click the button, something happened, right? The console log came up. Something to note is here I chose to use just an anonymous function right here that I've written inline, but it's also very common to pull this out into its own function, a named function, maybe something like handle button click. And I'll just take my code from here, move it up there. And that way, instead of defining my function here in line, I can just throw the name of the function, handle button click, into my addEventListener. And this tends to look a little nicer. Now think about this. How come I don't put parentheses here? Usually with functions, I'm supposed to have parentheses to execute that function. So why is it a bad thing to do that? In fact, let me refresh the page. And I didn't click the button, but the function ran and said the button was clicked. And now when I click the button, nothing happens. Pause here and just spend a minute or two trying to figure out if you understand why that's happening. So think about this. When I use parentheses on a function, it's telling the function to execute right now. And when I'm setting up an event listener, really what I'm trying to tell it to do is to do something in the future, not right now. But when I use these parentheses, I'm telling the computer to execute handle button click right now. Instead, what I want to do is I want to pass the function in as a tool for the event listener to use in the future. It helps me to think of this as lending the function to the event listener for it to use later. When you go to a neighbor and ask to borrow a hammer, they hand the hammer to you, and then you can then later use that hammer when the time is appropriate. The equivalent of having the parentheses there is kind of like asking your neighbor for a hammer and having your neighbor start swinging the hammer at you. So we definitely don't want to do that. So here I'm going to add a little challenge for you. What I want you to do is to search a little bit around HTML events and find the ones that are probably the most common that you'll want to listen for other than click, and see if you can create an element, add an event listener to that element, and get that to log something to the console. So pause here and spend a few minutes doing that. Okay, I hope that went well. That might look something like maybe you created an H1. And I'm going to give it an ID. And here I will make sure to get the element by its ID of header and add an event listener. Now notice here, I'm not necessarily saving my H1 as its own variable. It's usually a good idea to do that, but sometimes if you know that the only thing you're going to do is add an event listener, you can just chain them together like this. I'm going to listen for, maybe let's do a double click, and I can just do an inline function here. The header was double clicked. Let's see if that works. Single click doesn't do it, but a double click does. So now try to combine this with some of the things we've learned in the past. See if instead of console logging the header was double clicked, you can make it change the background color to a different color. Pause now and try that. Again, this is just using different tools that we have at our disposal. So instead of a console log, maybe I will say document.body, and to change the style, I can access the style property, and that has a background color property, and I'll set that equal to maybe fire brick. So now when I double click press here, it changes the background color. I'm starting to allow my user to interact with my web page and change some things. One little piece of information we can cover again is that there is an inverse to add event listener called remove event listener. And anytime you want to essentially say, I no longer want this element to have an event listener, you can do essentially the same thing you had before with add event listener, but use remove event listener. You have to provide remove event listener for the type of event you are trying to remove, and you have to provide the listener function in order for it to know which one to remove. Now, it is possible to add multiple event listener functions to the same element, and this way we make sure that we remove the correct one. Now, this is a pretty crucial step in your process to becoming a web developer, is understanding event listeners. So don't skimp on the time that you spend studying and really playing with these. In fact, if you've been kind of burning through the material up until now, I recommend taking a break, and when you come back, spending some real meaningful time understanding this. And try implementing it outside of Scrimba as well. Open up your Visual Studio Code or whatever editor you're using and see if you can get that to work there. Remember, if you run into any troubles, you can always reach out on Slack at the vSchool Module 0 workspace. Once you feel good and ready with this material, let's go forward. This challenge is going to be a little bit different because we won't end up going over it together in the end. Instead, this is sort of a self-study challenge. The task is fairly simple and it's kind of similar to something we've already done, but I want you to make it so that the user can type something into the input box here, and then after clicking this button, it will log whatever is in this input box to the console. For an additional challenge, you could make it not only log it to the console, but also to fill a paragraph or a header with the same value that's in this input box after clicking the button. I've included a few resources that you might want to use, so feel free to get started on that. And if you have any questions, reach out on Slack. All right, we have another assignment here for you. This one's called DJJS. So go ahead, click the link here. This will send you to the vSchool coursework page for this exercise. And again, if you get stuck with anything, make sure to reach out on the Module 0 Slack workspace. But otherwise, best of luck. All right, you've made it. You've worked so hard to get this far, and hopefully you've learned and practiced a ton of new things along the way. Now, this screencast is specifically for anyone interested in actually enrolling at vSchool, but of course, anyone interested in doing just another practice project is totally welcome to do so. So to get started, I've added here a couple links that describe the vSchool pre-course project. The first one is a Google Doc that explains in detail what we're looking for, and the second one is a short video introduction to that project. Now, the main points here are to keep the project simple, to write everything from scratch, to be able to explain every single thing that you wrote, and to be able to answer any questions about anything you've learned at any point in this course. So if your purpose is just to get some more practice and not necessarily to apply to vSchool, then you're welcome to pause the video here. However, if you are interested in coming to vSchool, or at least learning more about it, I think it will be important at this point to lay out some eligibility restrictions. To start, we're currently only able to accept United States citizens or permanent residents. So unfortunately, if you don't meet these requirements, at this time, we're not able to accept you as a student. And secondly, you must be able to attend our class in Salt Lake City, Utah in the United States. Now, we've tried to lower the barrier for the second requirement by offering free student housing when it's available for any eligible students. So if you meet these eligibility requirements, let's talk for a second about how you can present your project. For now, we're going to be using the Module 0 Slack workspace that we've talked about a few times in this course. So once you've finished this project and you're ready to present it and apply to vSchool, you'll post a comment in the Slack workspace. I've provided a link here to join just in case you haven't done so yet. And I've provided a link here to a channel called I Want to Apply. And in this channel, you're going to provide a message that will have your name, where you're from, how you became interested in coding, and why you want to come to vSchool. Now, this message isn't your official application or anything. We just are interested in learning these things about you. So you don't need to make this a lengthy discourse about yourself. Just keep it brief. And once you've posted that message, someone on our admissions team will reach out to you either via email or Slack, and we'll get you set up with the next steps. But all of that is just details about actually applying. The first step is, of course, to build your project. So go ahead and click these links, watch the video, read through the description. You'll be building this project on your own machine using Visual Studio Code or whatever editor you want. And of course, anybody, even if you're not applying to vSchool, is welcome to reach out on the Module 0 Slack workspace and ask questions and get feedback. So when you're ready, go ahead and get started with that. And we'll see you on the other side. If you're watching this screencast, hopefully it means you've actually stuck through this entire course. If that's the case, I'm really proud of you for making it this far. More importantly, you should be proud of yourself for working so hard. If you've really taken advantage of this course, you've actually forced yourself to complete all of the assignments we've given along the way. If you've really done that, you can feel confident that you already know more about web development than probably 99% of the world. And the fun thing is, we've only barely scratched the surface. The world of web development and software engineering in general has an awesome wealth of new information and endless creative possibilities literally at your fingertips. Now, if you've gone against all the advice I've drilled into you through this course and skipped a bunch of the assignments, it isn't too late. You can always go back and try to complete them now. Now, although you've reached the end of your journey in this Bootcamp Primer, you can always stay in touch with us. If you're interested, please consider following us on Twitter, on Facebook, and of course, as I've mentioned a bunch of times, the Module 0 Slack workspace. We'd actually really love to see the kinds of cool things that you're building. So on behalf of the entire staff at vSchool, congratulations on finishing this Bootcamp Primer.